as our liaison.
Here,
We do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Our first order of business is the approval of the minutes from July 17th.
I'll move to approve them.
Comments? Questions, all in favor? Aye.
I have a comment.
Okay, it passed, but we'll go ahead.
I'm not sure that I actually left the meeting. I think I turned off my camera for a few minutes, but I think I was actually here.
Okay, it appeared to me that you were not there also, but
Okay. Well, you could be right. It's been a busy time.
yeah. Okay, so our unfinished business is the allowed uses and finalizing.
Returning.
What's that? Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
Allowed uses and finalizing code language for commercial and industrial zones in the city zoning code. And I guess what I'd like to do first is talk about how our agenda is going to go tonight. I feel like I have a lot of comments and it took a while to read through this and look at a lot of things. And I know that we are going to continue to work on the map, but I am super eager to give some comments about the map because I feel pretty passionate about kind of working the map and the language together. Also, I missed a meeting where the latest map discussions were had, so I'm here to put my comments in there as well. So what I would like to propose is that since there is so much to go over, that we start with the map and let everyone make comments and then go to the table, because we have a decent chance of getting through that, and then move to the text with all of the special, basically the footnotes to the table that's much larger than the table itself. Is that sound reasonable? Does that sound reasonable to everyone? Are there other ideas or proposals?
I'm open.
So do we have a way to bring that up electronically, or we're just going to discuss it verbally? I can go to the. Okay. So I think since we're still working on this, we're in the zone where people can just submit comments and issues, but I think it would be good to discuss everything. I have some very straightforward things like the Women's Primary School is still listed as an R1 zone here. Seems like we ought to catch that and go to the public, right? Jack?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of other things that we were gonna talk about changing to public, but we were still, I think, separating that or saving that for when we start talking about residential.
Okay.
But
Yeah, then that's good. When it comes to the commercial, I'll have a few comments. And where do I want to start? I guess I'm very curious to know, and I did listen to the recording of the meeting pretty carefully, but I didn't really catch why we ended up having the far west end of town as C2 rather than C3. It seems like, I know we're going for urban density and down vital downtown central core, but as far as economic development in the city, it seems like some of the businesses that really help an area thrive are more the C3 business. And it seems like there's even with the C3 that we have proposed on the east end, there's a block of land there that with C2, and I'm just curious if there was a very specific reason that we went with C2 instead of C.
I think part of that was just the size of the lot
Just because there's.
and the access. Because, I mean, if you're talking about the section there between, Main Street
Okay.
and Applegate, I mean,
Well, I'm thinking that section between where the clinic is going in and Seventh, there's a single lot there that's the size of 2 full city blocks. And there's quite a few commercial enterprises that listed in our table that are only allowed in C3. And I think that is a place that would be appropriate for those.
you have some examples. Off the top of your head.
Yeah, we don't have to reach conclusion here, but I think maybe I should bring it up as we're going through the table.
I had, and on my thing was to put C3 there, just because we already know there's a problem getting access. And so you'd want something bigger commercial there, which typically would be something that would be C3.
Right.
And then also I thought we talked about across the street, putting C3 where that light industrial was,
Mhm.
partly because the neighbors didn't, well, I guess it was changed to light industrial residential, but
Yeah,
I mean.
the current owners is an industrial.
What's that?
The current owner's an industrial owner.
Right,
The inner four, yeah.
but I mean, cause I see the same thing with that on that side. Yes. Or in the sense of commercial,
Yeah,
and
and
maybe it is, it's divided, commercial on the, by the highway side and then back farther to industrial or something like that, but I don't see how we're gonna have that much industrial in there, but
And I think our discussions about that particular lot was that it was more of a buffer between the reason you go light industrial was instead of residential, what it was before was the buffer having to do with the lumber facility. But I would not be opposed at all in going C with that.
Well, I think part of that discussion, if I remember, was that because it is owned by the lumber company and they have already kind of hinted that they may want to expand, so there would be some expansion there. But a lot of that lot actually is in the floodplain too, would have a real hard
I
time.
mean, it's a huge amount.
Yeah, it probably bodes well for an open air type business rather than large buildings with parking lots and having to deal with all of the stormwater issues and stuff like that. So it's probably because of the floodplain. That's mostly compromised. And I think it was just because of the owner too. I think weighed heavily on that. And I think with the clinic, I had talked to him a couple different times and about how the area that they possibly have for like maybe an outlot. They kind of nixed that and said, no, it's not something that we're looking at doing. It's kind of future expansion. Or maybe an affiliate to the clinic itself. But not like, oh, we're gonna sell it to KFC because they, it fits. However, the larger piece that you were talking about, I think could go either way. With C2 or C3.
Would the clinic be non-compliant if the whole thing was on C3, would the clinic still be compliant?
It would still be compliant, yeah.
So. Again, I don't have a problem with putting it C3 and floating it to the community and see what the public says, but I think going C3 for now wouldn't make sense.
yeah, it's permitted in what we have.
And that's one of my comments too, and once we get to the tables, it seems like the C2 and C3 are, the things that are not allowed in C1. They're pretty much always the same between C2 and C3, and there's a few things that I would like to differentiate a little bit on. Is that C3 is like the auto, whereas C2 is not. So it seems to me some of the things that are conditional use permit under C3 ought to be permitted. A thought that I have that we can talk about when we get to the table.
Other zoning on the west end of town.
The big one is, I kind of think of 13th Street and Main and Applegate as being the core of our centerpiece of town. And it seems a little strange that between 13th and 14th is the only piece of residential left with this whole thing that we're doing. Other than once we get to the far east end of town, where you've got residential right on Applegate there in the downtown core. So I was thinking that C2 should be on the southeast corner of 13th and Applegate.
Oh,
Okay, where the Harriet houses and all that stuff.
Yeah. Can you point to that on the map, Chris, just so that we can all?
Not on this map. Yeah, so we're talking right here,
No,
13, right here.
yes, right there. So I think between 13th and 14th. And maybe even up to the next halfway up, right where Applegate starts to peel away to the right.
All the
You
way
can
up to
even-
here.
Yeah, all the way up to there. It seems like the frontage along Applegate should be commercial I mean, if you're thinking out long term, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, that would be a commercial zone, not redeveloped as residential.
Well, because you have a church here, which could go away.
Yeah.
You have Harriet Hughes houses that could be redeveloped, bought up and
And some
redeveloped.
apartments.
Yeah, and then these condos, apartments in here. Yeah, this one piece, just if it was an aerial, it really just has the one building on it.
Yeah.
Right.
So it could be. frontage.
Right.
And it's independently owned, so it's not part of all of,
Okay.
you see multiple parcels in there.
Yeah.
That is I think the only one that's independently owned,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
but I know for
It's a
sure it is.
Different owner than many of the other.
There are many of those, yeah.
And the thing we just need to keep stressing again and again is we're not going to force anybody to make a change, but if somebody's completely redeveloping, we'd rather it was commercial there than residential. We wouldn't want somebody building a house.
well, I think if you went a sort of like straight across there, I mean, you can jog, but there's that front, on the corner, you got those two properties. If you go back to there and go straight across, that's pretty close when you get over there to 15th.
Yeah.
Those three corner lots, they're about straight across. So, I mean, I think that sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't go all the way to 15th because that house on the corner of 15th and Applegate, that's off the main road.
Oh, you're saying
Yeah,
just to the,
Just to the church across from McDonald's.
Well, like I said,
And
all
that could stay a
those
church.
pieces there, Harriet's houses and that little skinny piece that's coming down, I think that's
A single house there.
no, it's a duplex.
Duplex, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're all multifamily. It's not out of the question to have. Multifamily or an R2 up against the street. I mean,
No, it's not, but if somebody ended up buying up all those and totally redeveloping that whole corner. It makes more sense to me that it would be our commercial with residential above sort of approach. Rather than just put a bunch of apartment buildings across the street from McDonald's.
well, and I think too, you can always fall back on the fact that it could stay R2, but if someone ever did come in and buy it and wanted petition to go to a C2 or a C3, you have the policy to support that rezoning.
Right.
So you could leave it that way and still have the opportunity because of your policy to make that zone change later, or you could do it now and make these
And
non-conforming.
the downside of changing it from residential to commercial is that it would restrict the current owners from doing things like building ADUs, right?
ADUs or add a unit or something like that.
Right.
And if you look at the lots, there's not a lot of opportunity practically to add an ADU.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
really not eliminating
Yeah.
to any great extent.
Yeah.
I never even thought about what you're talking about, Gary, but in principle, I like it. In
Yeah,
principle,
me too.
If it's about looking down 50 years down the road,
yes,
It
absolutely.
makes more sense.
Right. Definitely. Should be a
I mean,
commercial
opportunity.
Would you stop at the church then? Would you
I would,
actually-
because
Yeah,
that's
going east.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's where the street swings.
You got a real nice older house there.
Yeah, and that the nature of the neighborhood changes right there.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Not to elongate the conversation, but just to play devil's advocate a little bit.
Yeah.
What about the consideration of recognizing you've got residential already? What about upsizing that to high density residential, R3 there? You've already got a residential use now. You're talking about a higher density residential use within walking distance of the downtown area.
But the reality, I think, is the reason why I am favoring what Gary is saying is the presentation that Philomath makes to the person traveling east from the coast is there is no presentation fundamentally. I mean, we have these city buildings, which could be anywhere, but there's no businesses here. The only business along through here that a person passing through, which is where we're going to get some, where it would be nice to create something that in the future, businesses could take advantage of that huge amount of traffic that comes through. I don't think putting R3 in the future there would be helpful to the city. I think it's what it is. I mean, if we really want to create a downtown core, Applegate, almost the entire length of Applegate until it swings back to Maine, ought to be commercial. I mean, I'm talking about going all the way back to the property that the mill owns on the west end of town. Giving that an opportunity, because I think if you, again, I go back and I look at it as somebody who wants to do a project. If I want to do a commercial project, I want to have other commercial around me. Because one commercial business is going to bring in commercial business for its neighbors. And the way it is right now, it is fragmented.
Well, how far south are you thinking, Gary? What was your?
I wasn't too particular about that. Certainly those
Two lots.
two
deep
lots and over there and
I take the south line of the church lot and project it to the west, and then whatever
Yeah.
gerrymandering property lines follow it.
you know, if you're gonna totally maximize the commercial, there's a mostly empty lot. Right there at the top of the R2 on the left hand, on the west side of 13th. Is that a completely empty lot? Maybe it is.
They've got small houses either in the front or neighboring. I think
Yeah.
both of these have houses up here. They've got big backyards.
Yeah, huge backyards. But
Yeah, that's another Harriet house. That's
yeah, I don't have strong opinions on that, other than it seemed weird to have just a little tiny piece of residential on Applegate. And
Well-
no other residential on the highway.
Looking across the street though, from on 13th there. And farther back over where it is C2, if you took that fairly close to a straight line across there,
Mhm.
that would make sense.
Mhm.
I mean, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
And that would give them more space to do things.
Right.
But I don't know, maybe that's too much. I don't.
My reluctancy a little bit is I'm already looking ahead at the conversation we have at residential properties.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be hunting for high density residential properties that we can zone R3, because otherwise we're not gonna have any place to put high density residential. So, you know, this to me, the R2 on the west side of 13th would be a great
Yeah.
spot to up zone to that R3 and give that
Yeah.
potential, because it's existing residential and it's proximity to the downtown. It's got a lot of space that's undeveloped. It would be a great little pocket there that you could put some high density residential without having a big impact on an existing neighborhood, but you know, et cetera, et cetera. So be careful not to go too big that we're trying to find all this commercial land. We do have a lot of commercially zoned land between Main and Applegate Street that is underdeveloped right now that could be increased. So I don't want to get too carried away on finding additional commercial, because I know the next challenge will be, oh, maybe we should relook at that and go back to residential.
No, I know it's hard to,
On 13th, on the corner of Applegate and 13th, the dentist office.
Yep.
Is that those 3 or 4 lots right there?
Yes.
Is that all of them?
Yeah, that's all I'm looking at the tax lot. I
Okay.
mean, that's all of the dentist lots.
The whole, all 1,
It
2,
goes all the way.
5 pieces.
It goes all the way. I'm gonna use my finger. How's that? Probably easiest way instead of describing it. This whole piece is the dentist office.
Okay, that helps me visualize how much space you need. I mean, for one business, you need all that.
And you have an existing commercial business there.
Right. But I was just looking at it for space wise.
So you're talking about, Chris, you're talking about the lot just south of there, just south of that lot.
This residential block here.
That I could see going with an R3 and not having to go see. I would just be looking at everything that actually fronts on Applegate to DC.
Just for the record too, we've had discussions with the owners of that condo development and apartments and that duplex. And they all want more density. They want to grow. We just said you can't because you're R2 and we got
Well,
a lot, you know. So I think if they had the opportunity, like when you talk to Tower 3 and you strip away some of these, you know, lot size requirements and can get more density, they might take advantage of it, right? And you see something right away. Rather than saying 10 years down the line, we may or may not get some commercial, which I think you have enough commercial opportunity. You got a lot of vacant lots, like right in here, or metal buildings that could get torn down that don't equate to a lot of money. You know, probably not be redeveloped, but probably just taken down and consolidated for more commercial development. I think you have more opportunity there.
I think the upper pieces, what you two were first talking about on Applegate, does make sense to do commercial, just to give that more depth there than it is on the highway. Like those first 2 on the corner and going across like I suggested initially. And I'm fine with if you wanted to take that on the west side and the rest of it down and make that all ours. I mean, there's houses there, but there's several different apartments there along.
and those lots are
13.
not, those lots are not heavily covered.
No, and further down, there's just.
A lot of old land there.
You just wanted to bring that up.
I just wanted to bring that up. We can, you know, and it doesn't matter a lot what we put on the map today, because we'll vote later anyway, but.
no, but
It's good that we've had the conversation before we have public meetings, right?
I think we need to come as a group to some sort of consensus before we get to the public meeting. On that.
Well, we're not doing this next month. Maps are still gonna be independent.
Yeah, the plan is that public meeting isn't next month for the map.
Yeah, and we
It's
didn't
just for code.
we didn't talk through that, and I don't remember the version of Pat's memo that went through it, but the intent with the maps is we'll do all the zoning at one time after we've done commercial, residential, then we'll come back and we'll adopt the
Yeah.
new zoning maps at that time, but we are looking to adopt the code language for commercial industrial. So that's what the public hearing next month will be, is focused on the code language, the allowed uses, which is part of the code, the maps. This is like first view of commercial, well, it's first view for public of the commercial industrial. But we will get through all the way to residential. Again, we may internally within this group have some changes and some horse trading that goes on, because we may see we've got more demands.
Yeah.
Residential that we're not really
Yeah.
looking at right now, so.
Yeah.
I'd recommend at this point, we just leave it as is and kind of keep it in the back pocket. When we start talking residential, if you feel like it still makes sense at that point, we can further discussion about it.
Just as one last thing before we go. That whole big lot, that R2 lot that's between 13th and 15th on the south side, that's all flood zone.
Yeah.
And so is most of those R2 lots on the west side of 13th.
Does the floodplain go all the way up there? I know it's wetland. I know there's a lot of wetlands on there.
Floodplain goes down to the first.
Mhm.
The floodplain goes up into Cedar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the floodplain, what you get is the first two lots there of that. If you go down, there's 1, 2, 3 on the left-hand side, you only get the first two before you hit the floodplain. And part of the front one, the next split one on the right, the top one of that is outside the floodplain, but no, over on the other side of the street.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, you go down. That's not in the floodplain. Go down one more. Okay, that one's in the floodplain. Go across to the right. That one's not, and go down one. That one's floodplain.
Will be a factor. You guys.
Yeah, and that's not, I was trying to figure out why on the apartments next to the church, why the apartments weren't built further south than that piece of property. The
wet.
form and the zoning, I mean, in the assessors, and it's all wet.
It's wetland all back in there. That's why they didn't, that's why they didn't build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we may be maybe spending some time in some of that, but the reality of what's there may.
Yeah. So I'm fine deferring any further conversation until we look at the whole map again after we talk residential. But thank you for indulging. A couple more comments now on the other end. The first one is easy. Just in the map over there on Green Street, we've got a box around it. If we could just put the R1 title in the.
What?
Chris will get to it here in a second.
Well, maybe.
Maybe.
I think part of it too, because it's yellow.
Yeah, but it was, even though I knew what I was looking at, it was just slightly confusing because it didn't say
Well,
R1.
you made it heavy because that was something we recently changed, right?
Yeah.
We need to change.
It's OR right now. That's,
Yeah.
That's a proposed revision.
Bruce,
It was, yeah,
it's zoned.
your map had it as a different zone.
She was in the floodplain. She did a Loma, get herself out of it.
So I have two more little comments, and the first one is if you look at 20th north of College, you can see the big R3 zone, but then you get up into the light industrial just directly north right there and down just a little bit. That lot right there, that's between the Alerica office and the R3, that's light industrial. But I was thinking of the 20th Street Road as, as the R3 road, rather than putting some light industrial at the end of a residential street. And so I was thinking that particular lot should be R3, because the one north of that is the Alerica site that has 19th Street access. Whereas this lot doesn't have 19th Street access. And I'll do full disclosure, my daughter's mother-in-law owns that, so there's a connection there. But I had had that thought just
Oh,
about,
I
you
see
know,
what you're saying, yeah.
because you do have the R3 across the street.
Hmm.
And that map that you're showing there isn't the same map that we're looking at in paper.
If you look at the aerial.
Yes, the arrow is what he's talking about.
But you're looking
You
at
were
this map,
talking
which
about.
has different zoning than that.
There you go.
That
That one
here.
Yes, yes. Because both sides of the street, everything else on that street, the fronts on that street is R3. And that's the only light industrial that fronts on 20th.
The recommendations to have that go R3 as well.
Make that R3 as well, yeah. And it's an acre, so you can do something with it. You're looking for R3 property.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
That is none. Okay.
Piece across the street looks like something from Easter Island.
Yeah. And then I'll keep it in the family. So my son owns the property on 19th and College in the northwest corner there that you have shown converted to C2. And I think independent of my son living there, it seems strange that you'd have that one little piece of commercial right on that corner that's kind of a difficult traffic place anyway. You know, in and out. I'd like to see some traffic calming on 19th and College in general, because people zip through there way too fast.
And that Sunday was a week ago Sunday, there was
Yes, there was
a real dumb hanger.
yeah,
I think the initial conversation was, you've got that, again, a busy intersection at College
yeah.
and 19th Street, you capitalize that with commercial development as opposed to residential development. So I think that was the reasoning, but that.
Yeah.
Make the opposite argument as well.
Right. Right.
I'm fine with leaving or making it just leaving it R2 for that whole block.
Yeah, it was the southwest corner that changed from a house into a,
Yeah, that's it.
so I think we were looking at some kind of
Yeah,
synergy between the two, but
understood.
it could go either way.
And the same thing on the little C2. I feel like both of those north of College are a little small to be able to do much with them.
Yeah, those are not gonna convert to commercial, those little houses. The two houses are a little run down. I mean, I can see somebody buying them up, but I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna necessarily turn into like a lawyer's office or something. I would see somebody buying the two, tearing them down and.
Could have said the same thing about the one on the southwest corner, though. I mean, if you saw that place 2 years ago, you'd have never thought anybody would do anything with that. Now it's one of the nicer office buildings in town, so.
Yeah.
You know, and
That's
again,
true.
for the amount of traffic that goes on 19th Street, that's a great little spot to have a little lawyer's office or dentist shop.
Yeah,
or-
if you want visibility, yeah.
The other flip of that is, what else would you do? I mean, do you just expand the R3? You've got an existing apartment complex that's already established there. They're gonna have a hard time pushing out to do anything substantial there.
Yeah.
Are you gonna keep it low density residential? Well, you know. You're right next to an apartment complex on a busy street, so I mean, I like the C2 on that northeast corner. But the northwest corner,
Well, one of those houses is for sale,
Yeah.
Did you ever reach out to the owners of Oak Spring? Maybe could they fit another building in there? If they bought those two, because they could just buy this one, rent it until they buy the other one. And then build another,
yeah, I won't speak for Oak Springs, but I do know that there were some contingency plans. If the property would come available, but I don't know if they've got an official. First right of refusal on those or anything official, I don't know.
it still might be
Yeah,
Feel
they
like-
had some.
be financially not, I mean, that.
I don't
They're
remember why we
going
carved that out,
$400,000 now.
because in the previous map, Oh,
It was all R3.
in the previous map, it was all three.
And there were
Yeah.
two lots, but we obviously. And I just do not remember the discussion about that.
I think it was something having to do with just commercial.
On the corners.
That's. But I'm fine going either way with them.
What is it now?
R3.
It's R3, is, I think.
It's office residential, actually.
Oh, it's the opposite. Okay, so we
Gonna
did.
go R3. Change the tire.
I mean, if you look at their building footprint, that second or the first map, I guess. It's transparent, you can see the building footprint, and you could. As part of that view, you could maybe fit a building in there. But again, I just don't know what the intentions are there.
Well, how about if we leave it like that, like it is? If we get any synergy talking about that, if, if the people that with the apartments. I mean, they can always ask to be changed. And I'm sure we'd just do it.
Yeah.
I mean, there would be, I don't think any argument about it.
Leave it R3 or leave it C2.
We'll leave it C2. If you did get something to happen there.
If Oak Springs came and wanted to buy those two houses and build another building,
We'd say, yeah, I mean, I'm not speaking for it, but
most likely.
I mean, most likely would.
And so what about the northeast or the northwest corner? Leave it C2 as proposed or go to the R2 with the rest of the block?
Well, my son would like to build an ADU someday. So he'll come in,
Oh, for him, this old man over here.
yeah, maybe. So he might show up at public testimony
Well,
time. And he doesn't like.
Here's a thought. and That's changing my mind. On the northeast, when do it R3, which would be the most likely thing that could happen. And leave on the northwest, leave it R2. And leave those others on the south side like we've got them.
Well, we
It
still,
looks like more normal,
yeah,
if you will.
well, it's going from office residential to R2.
Right, and that's what everything else was with what we did other than.
I take no exception to that.
Okay, that's what I would do, but,
Well, that's what we're asking.
Yeah.
Again, everything's subject to
Well,
change.
we'll see what the public comment is, right?
What else you got?
That's it. Like I said, Cody's down there ought to be.
Yeah, we got quite a few though. We got some parks and rodeo grounds and other stuff too that we'll hit when we do the residential.
The conservatorship or whatever. The nature preserve.
Oh, we should talk about that real quick. Yeah. So this is, do we even have it on one of our big maps?
Just out of reach,
It's up on the north.
but it's master planned for industrial park or industrial. We were gonna master plan it for park.
And what's it, the
or public.
group that owns it is the Greenbelt Land Trust. See if I can pull one up real quick.
Yeah, so it's this piece right here. So it's inside their growth boundary, outside city limits. It's earned by Greenbelt Land Trust. It's got a conservation easement on it. I mean, the short and long-term intent of this property is to never to be developed and to be a natural state. Greenbelt. Right now, when we do our needs analysis for industrial, it shows up as industrial property that could be developed. So the recommendation, since we're talking commercial industrial properties, the recommendation we move that to a public use, so that doesn't count against us towards our industrial lands figure, nor commercial nor residential. And public, we don't really. We don't get pros or cons for having too much or not enough public space, right? So we can just note as a public property like we do the schools and others. But that way it doesn't show up on our inventory the next time around that we're looking at how much future industrial land do we have that could be developed.
So it doesn't have to be publicly owned to be zoned
Public use,
Public
it's
use.
the use, yeah.
Okay.
And we could look at our, well, in fact, I think we looked currently under allowed uses and. It just isn't a use, right? And we're just not going to use it. So,
Yeah.
as long as it stays what it's always going to be, it's not gonna hurt us, but I think changing it to that public use will at least help us on the zoning map.
It'll give us better,
Yeah.
truthful
More accurate.
representation.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. Everybody good with that?
I have to,
Okay.
Are you a member of the Green Belt?
you finally. Charlie Ross. But
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Was that one? There was one other thing, but maybe that was it.
I think it was the school talking about,
Yeah.
and the rodeo.
Beyond that.
Does anybody else have any comments about the maps? Okay,
Beanie hand.
so we want to talk about the commercial district schedule of uses.
I just to introduce it, I think I got a response from everybody. Maybe not both the new people, yeah, on the uses. So the use tables, remember we did the exercise, gave them to you, and then kind of threw them out. So this is the result of it. For the most part, there was quite a bit, believe it or not, that were right in the middle, and I just kind of made it all. Just from experience. But it was really helpful. A lot of them were really easy because there was a lot of agreement in most of it. And so are we talking the commercial table first?
Commercial.
Let's talk, okay, because I was gonna say something a little bit different about the.
Yeah.
About the industrial. But so, yeah. It was. This was a culmination of everybody's input, and then we did a call out on a lot of the stuff. I did see a little bit much on the conditional use. I don't know if you guys want to scale that back a little bit. I mean, granted, firearms, I would say as conditional use, liquor store probably is as well. But lumber, maybe even a pawn shop, I don't know, it just depends on what everybody, thinks. You could scale back some of those, because I think there was quite a bit of conditional use permits under that. And if you took a look at some of those with the additional requirements and you keyed it over to the text, the 35-40 pages of it. I think one of the biggest things to look at is there was a lot of lot size requirements. 3 acres minimum, 6 acres minimum, 10 acres minimum, for like a cemetery, stuff like that. Those are good to keep in place because they do help you restrict stuff and kind of, keep, less opportunity from taking up prime commercial land and, using it for something that you'd rather have maybe a higher tax base on, So some of those are good, but they're not all wrote in stone. You can play with them a little bit and say, yeah, maybe 6 acres is too much for a lumber yard, but maybe a lumber yard needs to be, I don't know if it's that, if that was one of them. But like I said, there was quite a bit of the additional requirements. Or additional requirements, yeah, or size too, so feel free to play with some of those sizes, bring them down, but I would say also take a look at them and use them as restrictive tools, you know, for some of these uses, to say, well, we let that be on a larger piece of property rather than be able to somehow get into our downtown or somewhere in between Main and Applegate.
Question.
Sure.
The categories that you have, under retail uses. Have been expanded considerably from the original. The original survey that you gave us. Did I miss some step in this process? What I'm looking at is my comments from on the original, and retail uses was broken into up to 12,000 square feet and between 12,000 and 60,000 square feet. Now in this one, we have all these other types of businesses. And we have the motor, I mean, yeah, I mean.
I shuffled a few of them around because I think they were just out of place, so I think I may have.
So what you're saying is there should be in this table already. Because I'm just trying to go through and to figure out. Yeah,
So-
I mean, I don't see in my.
I wouldn't even get bogged down on the uses. I mean, the uses, there's a lot of uses there that you probably never see. But
all I'm saying is there, the document that I have that we commented on back in April does not have a lot of these uses. And it wasn't that it was someplace else in the table, it's just not there. So this is all new information.
it's just the retail uses though. I mean, you could probably make a decision on the fly if you wanted to. I'm not sure if it's gonna slow you down.
So I had a comment about that. Some of this is editorial, but some of it is kind of philosophy. That, you know, like retail uses, you've got all these very specific retail uses. And then down at the bottom, you've got split up by square footage. That would imply that if you're in one of those lists, you're not governed by these square footage limitations. But to me, it seems like we're better off being a little more generic where we can, so that there's fewer categories. You know, to me, whether it's a pawn shop or precious metal dealer or replacement part sales, does it really matter if because its effect on the community isn't any different than any other retail business, except by size, you know, like is listed down at the bottom. So I didn't understand the purpose in calling out some of these specific retail uses. Some of them I understand completely, but others I was like, well, why are we being this specific here?
I just looked at it as an example, you know, relative to what kind of uses could be there.
Yes,
We could really make that list long.
right, but based on these examples, they had different, you know, some things were permitted and some things were not. And I take exception to some of those because, you know, I feel like we shouldn't be limiting some things. Like the one I'll grab is churches. You know, some churches are 12 people meeting in an office and some churches are, you know, putting a couple thousand people through. So a church, you know, as soon as you say church, that's about the function as opposed to the impact. And so if churches are just not allowed in C1, then it wouldn't be legal to have a church buy, you know, a space in a mixed use development and use a couple thousand square feet for a church. Whereas I don't think, you know, I don't think we should be restricting that based on its function. I think we should be restricting it based on its impact more than its function.
I don't know the difference. I just know that you don't want churches in your commercial, especially in your downtown area. You want to keep them out
Why?
because you want it for commercial use. You don't want something that's going to bring some people down one day a week. You want a storefront that's going to bring people down 7 days a week
I think,
and then help
Yeah.
feed the other stores around.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, you never want churches in downtowns like that.
well,
Those old circuit cities and stuff that converted to larger churches, those are fine, those are ideal. But you don't want them in your downtown area, because again, you're trying, you have limited, you have a limited amount of people that are coming in, and you want one store to feed off another store, where in churches, they bring what people down once,
well, I think,
maybe twice.
I guess I'm thinking you have a limited idea of what a church is, because there's a lot of different facilities that have a very different view than the traditional building that people come to.
I mean, I'll just say, I'll agree to disagree. You can.
All right.
you can
But
talk
I
all day
don't
long.
think,
I'd say put it to a vote, but I would say,
Yeah.
in my experience and good planning practice. And all of the conversations I've had for 20 years, you don't put church, you don't want to have a church in your downtown, especially when you're a small town. You know, if you're a larger town and have a vast amount of commercial space, and you're like, we're having a hard time filling some of that space. Yeah, maybe you can kind of open that door a little bit, but not when you're trying to start and grow and get some restaurants and boutiques and other commercial uses.
at the same time, I don't think we're in danger of having several churches take over downtown and push everybody else out, so.
I guess,
There's not a single church in this town that I'm aware of that has a population of more than 100 to 150. So even the two standards.
That's even more of a vote against it then, because why would you want, if you only got that many people, why would you want to take up
Well,
space?
to me, it's
If you offer it, like,
There's
a commercial-
let me go on. One thing about a church space, and we'll take the little church that we were talking about rezoning to commercial. That facility is used by various community groups and various other types of organizations, usually about 2 to 3 nights a week, over and above what goes on in there on a Sunday. And depending on the quality of the facility, that could grow immensely more. I mean, this is before my time, but you know, you have the Church of the Brethren, the community church there on what street is that, 14th?
14th of College.
Yeah, they have their gymnasium that they have in there. In its day, it was a magnet for kids. In its day, before the city, or I can't remember who else built another gymnasium. So beyond just the religious portion of what a church offers the community and Sunday mornings, there's a lot of other things. And so, but I'm still having a lot of problems because quite frankly, I did not come prepared to go through this list because I got caught up in the first 40 pages in front of it.
Oh, okay.
But now that I'm looking at it, I'm seeing that there's significant differences between what we originally submitted and additional categories. And I don't think it's something that I can sit here and go through on the fly here and contribute tremendously. If you want to proceed to go down that path, that's fine. I'm the one that's failed to prepare, and I will provide the input best I
well, you
can.
still have a whole month to provide comments to us. So you don't have, you can
Yeah.
But I
go as
think-
far as you can, like on the fly, roll with it. If you
think-
haven't looked at, tell me, hey, you can give me comments next week. And
But
we'll.
I think part of this process, part of what's important of this process is that we discuss it and we go through it in this forum, that we don't submit our comments and have it be that way. Have you go compile it and edit the comments and incorporate these comments and don't incorporate.
Well, we'll bring them
I think
to the
it's
meeting.
I think it's appropriate that we go through in an open meeting and discuss these items.
Yeah, and I agree that's ideal. But with everybody's schedules and various levels of preparation, we have to let go of it a little bit at times because we do have a public meeting and then I'm sure we'll have something after that before it's final.
I don't think there's anything in there controversial, but.
Oh, I think so. I think there are.
oh, well, now I'll
Disagree.
share what my main thing about the commercial and that it's gonna stick with me probably forever. When we were looking at the downtown 20 years ago to try and focus interest on developing small stores and stuff in that downtown area, the point that Patrick is making is about what goes in there is really important. And I 100% believe, I trust that perception. And in that sense, the churches know they don't belong in the C1. But there's a lot of things in here that we're gonna probably allow in the C2 and the C3 that I would hope we could cut that down to force that type of development only in the C1 in order to get it to happen. If you don't do that, then they will just go out there farther and farther and farther. And that's all the small type stores. You don't want them out there in the C3. You don't want them in the C2. You want them in that C1 area. And I know I'm gonna lose on that, but I'm just stating that I mean, I think the same thing with right now in our downtown, that allowing a, not a gym, but what you call it down there, fitness place. No, that's not the right type of place, because you don't have people there all the time doing business. You need that people going around from one store to the next to make it work for everybody. And that was brought to us by a person that's what they did for a living. That in order to develop a downtown, you gotta essentially force that and limit what's there and limit it where it's at somewhere else too. So hopefully I shared that. Like I say, I'm probably gonna lose on that with most of them, but we'll be
No,
shooting our.
that's great planning principle, just exactly what you said. That's exactly what we go to school for and we learn, just like you learn.
Yeah, I know. I don't have
Clear.
guiding things, but I feel like we're a little arbitrary in some of these uses, like, institutional uses, places of public assembly, worship, etc. It seems to me that if we get what the state wants us to have in this downtown urban core, where you've got commercial ground floor and residential above, that commercial ground floor in a lot of instances is going to be a large space that could have a store in it, or it could be a little corner office that's a little corner unit that can be a Starbucks or whatever. But there's other pieces of that when I'm in these either small, medium and large cities that have that kind of mixed use urban development, there is a gym that I walk by in downtown Portland. There is a church office, they rent a school or whatever on the weekend, and then they have an office space in an office area. And why wouldn't they be allowed to be in a C1 when a lawyer's office is?
You're
So
a lot smaller. You are 7,000 people and Portland is 100,000. No, you have to start when you get maybe to 30,000 people, or if you start getting those type of developments where they're having a hard time filling those spaces, then maybe you can do a little adjustment. But I would say, wait, don't make it easy for them to come in, because you want to get with a more retail, customer driven, walkable, kind of.
and I don't disagree with that principle. I just think that needs to be balanced with the people living in Fulham and live here and do the things they do here too. So there's always a balance between guiding and freedom, right? So it's debatable in my mind. I'm not saying it's not that. I'm not saying it's the best planning principle, but I think there's a tension there that has to be respected.
I've asked in the past where the model for this comes from. Model that you're editing, especially like this 40 pages that I edited. What size of a city does that model come from, or models? Is it a 5,000? Is it a 25,000? Is it a 50,000, or is it larger? Because Philomath is not a 20,000 person city, and even looking at the projections in population, we'll be into another century before Philomath goes to 20,000. So I hear what you're saying, Pat, but I'm hearing you say that based on some sort of a size, because he made a comment about the size of Portland. So I need to get a better understanding as to where the model for this came from.
Doesn't
As far
matter.
as no, it does matter significantly.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you.
Because it's a different, it is a different demographic type of group of people. And there is a synergy. I agree totally with Van, what we need to do downtown. That we need to develop a walkable. I agree with you. We need to develop all of this stuff. But I'm also
Specific question though.
I'm also,
You're going into this larger discussion. We're not getting through any of this.
I
You're
understand.
Into this thing. So ask some specific questions.
I think, but what the challenge that I had coming in tonight is I'm questioning the path that we're going down and the way we're going down it. We have headed down this path and we're looking at these things, and I'm getting far more frustrated right now because even coming into this meeting, looking at this table, I was hoping I could go back into my comments earlier to be able to say, okay, this was my comment on that particular lineup, and the table's different. And the table's been expanded. And it's expanded into a whole bunch of things that a small town may or may not have, but a medium size does.
No,
So I'm done. I'll stop.
I'm just saying.
But I think I'm questioning the approach that we are taking here.
So I apologize that you are confused or it doesn't match up with what you did before, but this is what I do for a living. This is when I sit down at my desk when I come into work and I expand a little bit. It's not going to be exactly what I give you. I gave you guys a great exercise. You did fantastic. You gave me a lot of input, but it's my job to do this. This is not your job is to review my work and have input and come to a conclusion and move on. You know, this is not for you to do it. I would not come to your office as an architect and micromanage everything you do. You guys give me input. It's my job when I come in here for 40 hours a week and I modify this, I shift it around. I make sure with my experience and my planning of, hey, how does this fit? I'm not thinking, what does Tim think about this? So let's get real about what we're doing here. You're giving some input, you know, we laid out, and Chris has worked on this a lot with me. We laid out this fantastic amount of growth for the commercial districts. We want your input and stuff. We don't want you to sit and analyze and philosophize about it. You know, this is what I do for a living. This is what I get a paycheck, or I get numbers on a paycheck for. Okay. We want your input, but we don't want you to sit there and have to explain everything we do. This is what we do. We've given it to you. We're asking for some input. We're hoping we can modify this quickly and move on. We can't micromanage every little thing. You wouldn't want that done with you as an architect. You wouldn't want that done as an engineer. All I'm saying is let's move through some of this stuff and let it make sense, but make some comments that we can actually make progress.
So
Rather
I
than have some
propose
kind of-
that we go around and give everybody a few minutes to make some specific comments on the whole list.
I'll make some changes. We'll bring it back.
So I've got comments to go through. Does anybody else want to go first, though? I'll start.
Go ahead. Start.
So back to where I started is there's square footage restrictions down at the bottom. So that retail businesses whose principal activity is the sale or rental of merchandise. So that line item would apply to any of the businesses listed above, correct? About when it's split up between 12,000 square feet. Up to 12,000 and then between 12 and 60. And
Like strip malls, like. Could have a large building that has interior. Businesses like a mall. You have other things like that accommodate some of that, because they're general retail. Where there's specific.
so. Is it that 12,000 square feet, you can easily fit that on a city block, right? I didn't do the numbers.
Yeah, you could.
So what this is saying is that you can't have a business. Well. Here it says uses up to 12,000 square feet of net floor area is not allowed in a C1. So that excludes all businesses completely. There's a problem in the logic here.
Yeah, it should say P there.
I think my reading of this, my interpretation to simplify it would be. What we're looking to restrict is within the C2. Anything larger than 12,000 square feet of retail space without some type of a conditional use on it or a conditional review. Right, so as you're a smaller retail in the C2, that's fine, it's permitted. But if you're larger than 12,000 square feet. There's some things we want to take into consideration up and beyond just a normal site design review.
Yeah.
That's my reading of it, but I haven't followed.
So in order for that to make sense, you'd have to put a P under C1 for up to 12,000. And then you strike the 60,000.
Right.
Make it be just greater than 12,000.
Anything about 12,000.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Firearms dealers and repair shops is on the list twice.
Third one down at about.
Okay.
Grocery stores didn't seem to be represented anywhere in here. Felt like that was an omission, or maybe I didn't really understand where it would fit.
Could be a retail business up to 12,000 square feet or over 12,000. There's a few things that we could just rearrange, but the automobile.
Can I ask a question on
Yeah,
that
what are we?
vein, just
Go
while
ahead.
we're in that vein, if you don't mind interjecting?
Go ahead.
Pat, can you explain the why there's three of them on here that kind of group, the antique and collectible shop, precious metals and gem dealers, and the replacement parts sales. To me, those are retail uses, but I'm not sure why they're separate from just being a retail use that could be over or under 12,000 square feet. I understand firearms, I understand liquor store, I understand pawn shop. But I'm not sure what the distinction is, and I understand outdoor displays, and it seems like lumber. Outdoor displays, self-storage, and then the nurseries or some outdoor.
Yeah.
To me, those three could almost be grouped as just an outdoor retail space, could kind of be grouped together. So I get that, but I'm not sure on those three.
Why antiques come up with under C1 and C2, but not C3?
Why they're specifically listed as a retail use as opposed to just being a retail use like grocery stores, where it's like. It's a retail use.
I think they got pulled out because they're not allowed in all three.
Okay.
I don't. The precious metals and gem dealers, that's more of a pawn shop thing too. I mean, that could almost be wiped out. Replacement parts sales. I think that is primarily just,
Cause it's not in the C1.
maybe not in the C1, but also I think with antiques and collectible shops, replacement parts sales. Replacement parts sales, I think, yeah, I think it's just one of those that can become a mess, kind of a messy, not as organized. But I mean, we have it not allowed in C1, I would say it's probably more of a C3 use entirely, but I think part of what was checked off was C2 as well, so we just put it in there. But vacuum stores, stuff like that, you know, reselling it because people don't get it repaired. This ends up being kind of a used, you know, used equipment sales, but yeah, anything like that you want to either we don't want it to be called out or
Well, when you're thinking replacement part sales, so you're not necessarily talking about an auto parts store. I guess that's what I thought of, but you're thinking, you mentioned a vacuum cleaner. I mean, yeah, there's those types of stores that they probably would also do repairs on small equipment or something like that, that I could see, yeah, probably not in a C1, but 2 or something like that. Is that maybe more the thing that you're thinking of there?
yeah, I think replacement is kind of a catch-all because I think auto parts stores.
They do even do some work into that.
Yeah. So I think just keeping that out of the C1.
But I guess my question would be, would it make sense to put, sales and repair or something like that?
So something like sports equipment resales. Yeah. It's not necessarily repairing.
See that more as retail than the ones that I know of, just feels more pretty retail.
What you just said, the use just.
Oh, I see. Sales and repair or something like that. If that's what you're thinking that means.
Can I give an example of something? A clock shop.
Yeah.
That's a sales and repair. Is that something we don't want in C1?
Well, I think there would be varying things that you maybe would and wouldn't, but probably that.
It could be we could just put auto in front of it, auto replacement part sales. Not in a C1, but in a C2 and a C3.
Yeah, it could be on the auto. I mean, I think of like our auto repair or the auto parts stores.
Yeah.
Are infamous for having people changing out the battery out front or putting on the windshield wipers or, I mean, there's kind of this like auto use that would be cumbersome in the downtown core. So I could get behind the auto part sales or auto part sales.
Can we put that one? Why can't we put an antique and collectible in a C3?
I would probably, you could make it permitted in all three. I think it was kind of driving it toward downtown area.
I think it's Van's argument, which is,
Yeah.
which types of businesses do you want to direct towards your downtown and not let to go into big R3s and stuff. So I think that's that philosophy, but
Your antique and collectibles business, I have experience with it, is not one that you want to have high rent. And forcing it into downtown is going to create a high rent situation. Even a C2 is going to be a questionable situation. So you might want to try to push it into downtown, but because those businesses cannot stand the high rent. Why is the farmhouse antiques out in the barn today when it was on Main Street at one time? Talk to her. There's one reason why it's out where it's out. Her rent became too expensive in downtown, and that was a perfect draw to people coming through the town.
But we don't, I mean, wouldn't disagree that that happened, but it's because we don't have that synergy.
But it goes back to the price. Ask her, it's specifically the cost of the rent, because the rent went up. And you want a business that's a low margin business like that, because that is a low margin business. It's not a high volume business. So that's why I have a lot of problems with this list. That's just an example.
Yeah, I have additional things I'd like to propose on this list, but I didn't want to get too deep tonight because we do have a little bit of time.
But then when are we gonna review it?
Well, we need to start. We need to start. So I just want to start high level. So, and some of the conversation has been good. So moving on to motor vehicle uses, I see that pretty much everything in a C3 on motor vehicle uses is conditional use permit. And I don't quite understand why we need a conditional use permit for auto repair shop C3 or moving van and small truck and trailer rental. I mean,
Any of those, they have deals with smells, noise, and stuff, they should all come here. And if you can somehow mitigate it, or depending on where it is, if there's even a commercial use that it could, could be a restaurant,
yeah,
and you might want to say, well, let's put a little bit more eyes on it. Could be adjacent to residential. You want to put some more eyes on it. Anything like that that causes a little bit of noise, smell, whatever.
But if you've provided a criteria for that, and they meet the criteria, because I'm going back to the 40 pages again. And you meet that criteria, why do I need a conditional use permit? I've met the criteria, I've met the sound criteria, I've met the smell, I've met whatever it is. Why do I need a conditional use permit when in the 40 pages I've met that? So
We haven't wrote those.
when I'm coming to look at putting a car dealership in, are you gonna put on top of me over and above what's here, because it's got the conditional use permit?
yeah, I'm just thinking that, with so many things being conditional use in C3 that's auto oriented, just it seems like a barrier to businesses coming in, but it's not like I know a lot about it.
They're gonna have plans. I'm gonna do the review, write a staff report, bring it to you guys to look at, and you guys are gonna go, yeah, pretty good, except for this one little thing.
But
You guys have
but what is the
something on
review
everything.
based on? Because now I am gonna put on an architect's hat. And I'm gonna put on an owner's hat. I'm looking at a piece of property. And I'm being given me a criteria that I have to meet. Now I've spent tens of thousands of dollars, or maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, to put together a set of documents to be able to submit it to the city. Because I'm not submitting it to the city planning, first of all, I'm submitting an entire package. So I completely engineer, let's say it's $1 million facility. Okay, $15 million facility is $60,000. So I now spent $60,000 and I submit it. And the city comes back and says, wait a minute, I don't like the way you've oriented this building. Well, wait a minute, I followed the criteria here, but I don't like it because there's something else two lots down or 200 yards away that you're impacting. And now all of a sudden you're telling me I've spent $60,000. I can't go and I can't proceed. I have to redesign it, or it kills the entire project.
And that's exactly some of the feedback we were getting a couple of years ago when we were talking to the business community about what could be done.
But our process doesn't follow that, right? Our process is, you're gonna have a pre-application meeting, you're gonna talk to staff ahead of time, we're gonna tell you up front, hey, this is an auto use in an R3 or in a C3, there's some conditional uses here. here's the list of conditional uses.
So why isn't it in the standard? Why isn't it already here? Why isn't whatever that conditional use has to mean? Why isn't it already there? I get a conditional use permit on something that's out of the zone. I totally get that. Because now what you're saying is, we're gonna do I am as an owner going to you saying, we want to do something that isn't strictly required, it's not strictly allowed in this zone. And these are the things I want to do, and there's a give and take.
So when the conditional use permit, when those permits aren't just a blank slate for the planning commission to make up things, or for, you know, Pat to make up things, or for me to make up things. There's gonna be a list of things that are considered, but they're gonna be location specific. It's gonna say, for example, automobile, Pat's mentioned sound, fumes, you know, vibration, any of those types of things. So what you're gonna read in there for a conditional use for the auto use in the C3 is gonna say, you know, show that your development isn't going to interfere with surrounding properties that are zoned residential. Show that you're.
And that's what this document should say. That's what this document should
Right,
say.
but it's
Well,
gonna
and-
be, the conditional use though is, rather than you submit it and convince Pat that that's gonna be, you're gonna submit it, write the narrative, and you're gonna convince a planning commission that that's what it's gonna be. That's the difference between a conditional use and an outright use. An outright use, I'll approve. A conditional use, the planning commission approves. That's the only real difference, is who's looking at it, making that judgment call. And the conditional use is nice because I can come to all of you and say, I've written, you know, the planner, Pat's written the staff report, and I've reviewed it. This is what we feel like it meets it. What do you think? And then all of you get to look at it and say, yeah, I'm just not comfortable with that. I don't think it goes far enough. I think we're gonna have not light glare. I think we're gonna have too much noise. And we want more, or we want a little bit less. And so in that case, you know, it shouldn't be something that the developer or the property owner hasn't been warned about, or hasn't foreseen about, and hopefully they've done their good job and they've mitigated that as part of their application, right? The conditional use says, you know, how are you gonna deal with the residential neighborhood directly adjacent to us or across the highway from us? Here's what we're gonna do, it's in our plan, and it shouldn't have any problem going through. But the conditional use makes it a planning commission decision instead of a staff level decision. But it will be written out there. There won't be any surprises like, I didn't know this was gonna be an issue. If it's listed here as a need a conditional use, that property owner and developer are gonna know about it. Hopefully before they purchase the property, right? It'll be there.
So my point was that I think there's a few things here that we could change from conditional to permitted to lower that barrier for development.
Sure.
For some things.
Yeah, and the conditional use, I will say on the flip side, the conditional use creates uncertainty, right? Because you
Right.
don't have. This is what I need to do. I can do that. Here it is, and it's gonna get approved. The conditional use does add uncertainty to the property owner and to the developer, so. There is a benefit on the development side of not having it be conditional use. The trade-off is. We have to be very, very clear on where we think it is going to affect it and be willing to err on the side that we were maybe too lenient with something that's gonna have a negative impact on a surrounding property owner or traffic or light pollution or landscaping or something else.
Do both types of process allow for public input? You just go to the permitted side, the public, they get notice.
All right, rented.
No, they still get,
Type 2,
they get the
14-day.
250 foot radius
Yeah, so
surrounding property.
within 250 feet, we give notice to the property owners and they have 2 weeks to provide comment. Those comments are taken into consideration when the staff report and the decision are made, but it's not like, and then they have standing. If the approval is given and they disagree, then they have the standing to appeal that decision to the planning. So there is public input. Yes.
Can be.
Okay.
More, you're
There's
more
an
likely to
opportunity.
get it.
There's an opportunity to
for the
provide it.
Conditional use permit hearing.
Yeah, it's a bigger opportunity because you've got a planning commission meeting and people are gonna be more likely to. Well, it's one more opportunity they have. They'll still have the time, they can write comments up before it. But yeah, it creates more uncertainty. There's more opportunity for somebody to object.
I guess my thought about this subject is that if it is something that staff you can write, I mean, if what you're saying about the conditional uses, if those are things that you know, kind of, you can write down the road, the way that, you know, it's either is or isn't kind of a thing, then I'm okay with that if that reduces any of conditional use permits. Because I mean, I can see from the business standpoint, you know, the more uncertainty that you have, this isn't good. But if we can do those things that are considered as conditional uses or reasons why you go with conditional use, if those can be specifically spelled out, that they can take that information and you can look at it and say, yep, they met that, or if it is too wishy-washy, maybe you can't. Maybe that is what's the conditional uses on.
Well, maybe we can-
Like the conditional use permit gives the city a bit of protection. Because, the pre-application meeting should be a place where you could really nail some of those kind of issues down, and then you have a clear understanding, everybody knows going forward.
Yeah.
The expectation, so I think that conditional use is, valuable in a lot of these.
The balance is if everything's conditional use and everyone comes here, I think we've got a lack of efficiency, right? I mean, there is a benefit to staff saying, here's our criteria, you meet the criteria, you're approved, 2 weeks notice. Didn't hear any feedback, you've met this, you've mitigated, and it's approved, and that doesn't have to take an entire committee of the planning commission to make a decision, right? So there's a balance on all of those. So I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth intentionally here. If there's a balance, so maybe it'd be most helpful since Gary brought these up. You want to just hit these real quick? There's not very many of them. I think we're mostly just talking to C3. Just give a thumbs up and whether you want a conditional use there, or you want to put it as an outright use, permitted use. Sure, it'll be just as quick as anything. So gas stations, conditional use or outright.
I think those should have conditional. It seems like there's always issues about high traffic.
Look at that circulation there.
Yeah.
Everybody use that. Okay.
Stacking, stuff like that.
Where's that? Oh,
Very bottom.
It was the bottom.
Yeah, gotcha.
So turning the page, automobile rental establishments.
I don't see that very different. Yeah, there's no business in strip mall. I would make that permitted. I don't understand what the impact would be.
So like enterprise or something like that. They do a lot of work. They're changing tires. They had a big generator outside. They actually go around to some of those rental places. Yeah, they can be noisy. It can be. I'm just
That's
saying.
not my experience in Corvallis.
Everybody, outright permit.
If there was a issue with bigger ones, if that's what you're thinking of.
I don't see any on-site
Well, like
maintenance in rental places.
They do on-site maintenance. They do. Let's say
At
they
the
come
airport,
in and
right?
it's permitted. And I can't say, hey, you're doing some work in the back. And you back up to residential. I don't really have anything that I can tell you,
Well, maybe separate that.
until it happens, and then it becomes an issue.
If they're
Enforcement. So I'm just saying that would be one.
Well,
But
maybe you separate automobile rental only establishments and automobile rental establishments with repair or something like that.
if there's
Two
repair,
different
it's in a
things.
different category anyway, in my mind.
you could argue it either way, so I'll stay out of it. You guys just vote.
Well, I think when we look through there, we can make a distinction there on whether you're doing repair or you're doing rental. Bus passenger station is outright allowed. Motor vehicle maintenance or minor and major repair.
I guess I think that probably makes sense.
I agree.
Leave it. Motor vehicle wash and detail establishment is outright allowed.
Yep.
Moving van, small truck and trailer rental
we're talking C3.
C3.
I think it's permitted. I think of the U-Haul place in Corvallis. They're across the street from the auto dealers. I don't see that as having a huge impact on a C3 zone.
I just, whatever we decide on the first one, the automobile rental establishment, I think we should be consistent.
Yeah.
I lean towards the permitted.
I think permitted is what I had from the group.
Conditional use in C2?
Yeah.
Yeah, but permitted in C3.
And then this would be new or used auto, boat, RV sales, sales. Including outdoor display area. So this is your car lot, boat dealership.
I'm okay with that.
To permit it,
In C
just make
three,
it permitted. Yeah,
just in C three, have it.
just in C3, yeah.
I mean, in any of those, if you do get into the issue of repairs and you're gonna have, you know, cars sitting in the corner waiting to get repaired, all those sort of things.
Maintenance. And it puts it in that other category.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
The only thing that I foresee on those three, which are all kind of similar in this vein, would be. How much equipment are we talking about being there? You have your showroom, which dictates how many parking spaces you have to have, what your impact is.
Mhm.
But what is the trigger for where that traffic impact is gonna be? Because a car dealership that's got 200 cars on display, but a lot different than a car dealership that's got 10 cars on display. But we're not really ever counting for how many parking spots are required or any of that, what traffic pattern, any of that landscaping other than just showroom space, really. So I think we have to go back in the code on that and figure out a way that says,
Well, to me, that's where it comes into these additional requirements in the 40 pages,
so when we get to there, where we've got blanks right now on at least the first two of those. So we need to look at 18.90.05 and see if there's language there that we can add on and refer to the, at least when it comes to how much equipment are you storing on site, the rental vehicles, the cars for sale, the boats for sale, lands for rent.
Maybe tie it to the actual space that you have for those things, like. You know, acreage or whatever you think of it.
We can do some look at that 1890.05G, look at that language and just make sure that we're accounting for stock or inventory square footage. And making sure that we're accounting for that when we're talking about. Mostly parking and traffic is what I'm concerned about, what the impact's gonna be.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got a car dealership in town, they don't have nearly enough space or anything for the amount of vehicles that they have there, and it's been a problem, and they're trying to mitigate themselves with, I think they just put a chain across to differentiate, but it's a struggle for them. Because they always want to have more inventory, and they just don't have the room for it, and this is constant battle, where do people park? And that's having an impact on the neighboring property, the gas station, right, so.
No, that's a perfect example. That's a conditional use. You gotta tell them, you gotta have drive lanes and stuff. Cause somebody might just people pull into driveways just to turn around or to get from there. Oh, I just missed the gas station, so I'm gonna turn around. And then you
Pull in there and you can't.
got a chain or you got a car parked there.
So C2, we're covered in the CP, but I guess the argument is if you're in that C3, bigger lots, just because you're in a C3 zone with potentially bigger property doesn't mean that you can't make a monkey mess out of it, right? I mean, you can still pigeonhole yourself in there regardless of what, type of business it is. So anyway, we can look at doing those P. We may tweak some of the language in 1890.05. Just to make sure we're taking care, keeping track of stock inventory space. What that looks like.
I think that. Next.
Just keep going down the line.
What you got here?
Well, I think the next big one, just going on the same vein, is the conditional use on different types of restaurants.
Where's that at?
Down at the bottom of that page.
Lodging and food
Cocktail
service.
lounge, nightclub versus drive-ins and drive-throughs and don't know how that's really different from carryout restaurants. I mean, you certainly have a review on the layout of drive-throughs and.
What's the cocktail lounge? Nightclub.
That's a good question.
I mean, I get not including adult regulated. I get the adult regulated one.
Yeah.
But what is that? What's an example of that?
Yeah, I have a feeling like in this, you know, in a bygone era, you can easily differentiate, but today, what does that even mean? And how would you define it and draw the line between that and something else?
Regular bar.
Right.
Yeah,
Or,
I think that's what it is.
or a brew pub or a regular restaurant.
Like the Peacock in downtown Corvallis is definitely less of a restaurant and more of a lounge / nightclub.
Yeah, but I think as a city, we'd have a very hard time drawing a line when somebody comes in to apply. You know, they can call themselves whatever they want to be.
Yeah.
Does the city otherwise regulate live entertainment? That's sort of the distinction I.
Yeah.
Like, maybe or not.
Their code does anywhere, really, so, yeah, so. I mean,
So I'm not saying I have an opinion here. It just felt like there's a lot of holes here. And the rationale behind.
Well, and in this conditional use permit, I mean, your point about that is. What particularly say the taverns, pubs, microbrews in the cocktail lounge. I can see maybe the drive-through, but then the only issue with drive-throughs is. You know, how many people can be in line. And I think you could put that in the code.
Yeah, there's already some of that stuff there.
Yeah, that you wouldn't need that, the conditional use, as far as bars, cocktail lounges. Any of those places that sell alcohol, I don't see what you would need conditional use on any of those. I mean, unless there's something you guys have in mind that we're not thinking of.
Does the state not control the beverages, who can sell the beverages? So is there not a whole series of laws that an establishment with a beer or a hard liquor license has to fulfill? And what would the city put on top of that? And why, if the state's already regulating that?
The city or the state regulates it, but the city has to manage it, right? It's our police department that has to deal with.
I understand that. I understand that.
Well, but they're not gonna regulate anything about construction of a building for it or the parking or any of that. Now, does the state do any of that? Well, that's what cities.
Your additional requirements are just some locational stuff. 500 feet from a residential district. The planning commission may waive those restrictions based on A, B, C. So,
That's when I, as an owner, coming to the planners in the city saying. That's where you need the conditional use permit, is when I come to you saying, I want to waive that. If I come to you and have met the 500 feet, I don't need a conditional use permit. I've met the criteria, but when I'm coming to you and said the city may waive it, and I'm requesting a waiver, that's a conditional use permit.
and it does say specifically planning commission may waive, so it would be coming to you.
Right. But if I met the 500 feet, and that's the criteria, then it should be permitted.
Yeah,
Permitted, not permitted, permitted.
Yeah.
Allowed. Let me use another term.
I
So,
don't feel like I'm super.
so bars and stuff, you know, is more than just a locational thing. So you got people out in the parking lot doing stuff.
Mhm.
You know, you got loud music, the door opening. Instead of, you know, so we can't write all of that stuff in. But, and I can't catch it, maybe I can catch as much as I can. Maybe in a preliminary. You know, review. We can't write something of regulations for everything. But if we say excessive noise, you can have people out in the parking lot and it does come for. They're not spending extra money, they're not gonna get surprised. All they're gonna do is work with the city or modify stuff to do it. But it's collective because It helps. Those are the things that I think Chris mentioned it earlier. You know, another set of eyes. We don't feel so like all of this pressure of this certain business coming in. We could say, you got to meet all of this stuff, but couple of things that are maybe a little bit of a reach. That's where I always relied on my planning commission to have another 6 eyes on it, to say, hey, there's a school over here. Oh, Pat, you missed this, you know, we need to buffer, we need to make sure that it doesn't conflict with the times when the kids walk in the school. So there's just little things like that that we miss. That's the conditional use. That's the extra eyes. That's a little bit more of attention.
Yeah.
You're not going to surprise them with the uncertainty. I've never had someone say uncertainty, because I wouldn't allow my planning commission to make up something to deny it, you know, that doesn't make sense. It's, you know, that doesn't have.
Well, there have been a lot of comments over the last several years about, from business community, about uncertainty and conditional use. And I think the more that we can make clear criteria and have a C3 zone that's some very specific places, the more we can just allow to be permitted, the less uncertainty there is. And the more we'll attract those businesses that don't feel like they're
Is,
potentially going to get a no.
is
because
like,
they're afraid of that.
like what I was suggesting with these others, like differentiating, you know, nightclub with music, live music, or not, having 2 different lines. And, you know, the one being simpler. Or that sort of thing, you spread it out or split it out that way.
So
to
maybe that's.
Catch the item.
That would be the thing that I was looking for your guys' input, to say, okay, if they have live music, let's
Make that.
make this,
conditional,
yeah.
And then the rest of them not, or something.
If it's
like
just a
that.
brew pub that, like, dirt road that doesn't have. They don't. And you have people coming in and out, parking on the side streets. But even there, it wouldn't be so much. I think because it's facing, you're facing the downtown, whereas if it was. On College Street. Houses, maybe a few, you know, 200 feet away. And people are walking by, being in your bushes.
I would like to make a proposal that we go around the room for just some quick comments and then take a break. And I'd like to start just with, I think, 3 little things. In the line for banks. We have no drive-through, and then we have 3 or more. So if they have 1 or 2, it's not covered.
I was thinking that what I wrote there was with drive-through, without drive-through.
Yeah. Yeah.
Third category.
I would put hotels and motels on 2 separate lines. Those are very different things. And then let's not allow golf driving ranges in C1.
Made the mistake again of not putting page numbers on here. Okay, so I see hotels, motels.
You got to turn to the next page for the driving ranges.
But you said something before that. You said the banks. Is that the
bank.
financial?
Financial, you've
So
got
that is,
no drive-throughs and 3 or more drive-throughs. It should probably just be with and without drive-throughs.
With drive-throughs and with not, or not with. I saw that 3 or more.
the drive-through teller lanes. Okay.
Then in the middle of the next page. Outdoor recreational uses.
Including gun ranges?
Yep. They've got golf driving ranges. I think those should not be permitted. In C1 and C2.
Or
If it's a digital golf range.
Here, where are you?
And it's not a driving range, it's an arcade.
There you go.
Court sports facilities, miniature golf, do we want that even in a C2?
Well, that, I struck it from C2 also.
Okay, so no C1, no C2, but C3.
Yeah.
Okay, permitted in C3.
That's what I. proposed. Haley. Any quick comments?
Not specifically. Like 40 pages before this, yeah, but I'll hold off.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Rose.
Not right now.
Commissioner Morales.
I'm just curious about the pool, pool and billiard halls. No, in arcades, what's the difference than a bowling alley?
I agree.
It's
Entertainment.
just what the entertainment is.
Usually bowling alley would be bigger.
Yeah, but why is a conditional use permit on a C2 or a C3, which is supposed to be larger lots? Where I've got a smaller use that I need to get a conditional use permit on the bigger use.
Yes.
Combine those.
Yeah, I would combine those. Yeah.
Bowling alleys, billiard halls and arcades, all permitted. And C1, C2, still not allowed in C1.
Yeah, C3, yes, but not C1.
Okay.
I'll agree with that.
No conditional use, just the power.
Permitted. Okay.
Well, I don't know, the arcade thing, I mean, like what I was saying about being, I would see them smaller. I don't know why we would want them in a C3. And I guess I don't have
Could be a strip, an anchor store and a strip mall.
with all those little stores that we want to be one.
It could be a family fun place where they have bowling,
Yeah.
they have billiards, they have a rock climbing wall, they can have that. And that's gonna take quite a bit of real estate.
Okay, all right.
Or indoor soccer field there's several of those around.
Right,
Okay.
right.
All right. I'll.
Anything else, Tim? And not your last chance, so,
I'm fine.
all right. Tomorrow.
I had a question about, and it's going back to the middle of the page. I guess it's the third page, there's the garbage out, beauty shop and health spas. I think health spas can be. I think the intent there is, sort of incidental, kind of wellness, hot towels and stuff like that, that you have in a beauty parlor, but I think health spas could also be something much more expansive. I would put that on a separate line and keep it out of C1.
Massage parlors.
I don't disagree with that. But then. Oh. We're talking, you're getting the top right now.
Well, that was it, other than some of the things that well, I think that was that was the only other thing.
But you probably don't want all mine. I could submit, but I'll just go through it quickly.
Which ones do you care deeply about, then?
Well, all these that
All of them.
And that's a big part.
He's a very passionate guy.
Pet grooming and obedience training with no boarding. Wouldn't want it in a C. All these is all of these is what I was talking about earlier. Because I would want to push them towards C1, but I'd be okay with them in C2.
So say that again.
Well, I said the pet grooming and obedience training. the precious metals and gems.
Or are we voting on these? What are we doing?
No, I'm just giving you.
Well, he's just making his comments.
And then the retail and personal services uses on a first floor of a multi-story building. That is exactly what we want downtown, but why would we want it out in the C3? On the other services, the barbershops and beauty parlors, I don't see should be in the C3. Photographic studios, tattoo shops. This one, the next one, this service established with an office showroom, and there's so many things that they're there that aren't related to each other. But some of them I don't think should be in the C3. I mean, a taxidermy, that's fine, but you know, a dress shop or whatever, there's a lot of those things that should only be C1 or possibly 2. Business service establishments such as typing and employment, photocopy and stuff like that, I don't see in a C3. Data processing computers, I don't see it in a C3. Insurance offices. Well, even the banks, even in that with no drive-through, why we would put them in a C3, I have no idea. Insurance offices, office buildings. I don't see that as a
So,
C3.
Let me ask a question. So it sounds like you specifically want to exclude from the C3 zone
Yeah, all
the
this.
standard business development that has a bank and a grocery store and a strip mall. With a number of those.
No, I
facilities,
would-
all in one big piece of property. with
What I would like to see out
A bunch of rental tenants.
on the end of town is I would like to see the Pioneer Telephone move out there. I would like to see Mary's Creek True Value out there. I don't want to see a bunch of little strip malls and crap like that. It makes no sense to put it out there unless we want to kill the downtown and not develop it. And that is what will happen because, oh, that's a bunch of space, open space that I can go do what I want and put all these things on there. And then we won't have a downtown. I mean, and we won't. I guarantee you we won't. That we've tried to, the last 20 years, kind of push this stuff around here and we've had a little bit of success. But once that other end of town is opened up for commercial, forget it.
New construction is usually higher rent than when you're reoccupying stuff. But
And so anyway, there's more, but
okay.
I mean,
Okay.
no, I'm all right. Like I said, I'm not.
So
I'm losing
Typically,
it.
you gotta have to say something though.
Okay.
So. Van made some great points about, and we talked a little bit about steering certain things around, with zoning, but typically. Your C1, your C2, your C3. It's a buildup of uses and what's allowed. So usually when you have a C1, you're not gonna put a drive-through bank in there
Mhm.
or repair shop. But you're gonna allow whatever retail, use you are there. That's gonna be allowed in a C1. It's also gonna be allowed in a C3. You don't start taking retail uses that are typical, be it tailor or dry cleaner or a restaurant or something and say, we don't want that in a C3 because we want to drive it to the C1. No, it
Yeah.
typically goes the other way.
Because those people want to be next to a grocery store. That's where they want to be.
Yeah.
So that
You don't want to, we don't want to take away from our downtown, but we can't start picking and choosing certain uses and say, these are only allowed here and they're not going to be allowed out here. It's usually the
We're already
C3
doing that.
picks it. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that's how
We're already doing it.
that's how zoning works. It kind of it moves in that upper direction where everything's allowed in a C3.
Yeah, that's what's typical.
Not driving it away and saying, well, we don't want that in there. We want it to come here because let's say we want something that's not here in the town to come in the town and there's no space for it, or it's a space that's not big enough for them. But they have something out in the T3.
Yeah,
So-
and we can have Ninth Street in Flowood. And we will.
Yeah,
We will.
Counselor Causey, did you have anything to add at this point? like. Finding our mute button, it looks like.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
So can we take a 5-minute break?
Wait to see it. Folks online. I see Counselor Kazi. Commissioner Green, are you back with us?
I'm here. I'm trying to give a kid medicine.
Yeah, you're fine. Just want to make sure we're starting without you.
All right.
No, I'm here. Thanks.
So I think we should try to get through the industrial district table and then at least get into some high level comments on all the footnotes.
Derek, I can just make a comment, yes. Because there's still a lot to go through and we haven't set the public hearing. We haven't sent out notices, do this, the notification to the state, 35-day notice.
Mhm.
So if you don't feel like get through everything, that we could have the public hearing on in September. Well, my other suggestion was we could come back in 2 weeks. We don't have to hit all this. If everybody here maybe has a day open in 2 weeks, we could come back and still tighten this thing up a little bit more before we go to the public hearing on Monday. So it's just a suggestion. We talked about a little bit of that, and I know we kind of stayed away from it because I know we get a lot of people taking vacations and some are being really busy, but you know, I don't know if this is something we need to rush either. We'd have that extra meeting, or we could just push it back to October.
I always debate in my mind the pros and cons of completing our work as a group and coming to a conclusion before the public input versus hearing the public input and then concluding. I think there's pros and cons both ways.
My suggestion would be is wait or do our work, what you're saying, and maybe have a hearing in November. Even September is too soon. October, I think that's pushing it.
Well,
That's just me.
I concur with that.
I like to push a little bit.
I agree, but I think even with this pushing, there's still a lot to be gone through.
And when is our next meeting
Well,
scheduled?
this is it. We got through that commercial code already, so we'll bring it back, part of that, but we're not, that's something we've already gone through. This is the only stuff that we haven't made our decisions on, so. That was the point of having maybe one more meeting before a public hearing, so that would either be 2 weeks. Or it could be the September we could just have a regular September planning commission meeting and then have the public hearing in October.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I concur.
That would, yeah. I don't know if we need,
But as far as the meetings, I mean, say what we talked about with the commercial. As far as I know, there was no decisions made about all those things.
Yeah, I think there's some work to do there.
There's more work to do there. I'm not so much concerned about the industrial, but then we haven't even begun to talk about this. And my sense is there's a lot to talk about there as well. But that, I would say. I mean, I guess I get what you're saying, push, but
I just didn't want to go out to November. I
or start
don't
having
want to give up
2
early.
meetings a month.
well, I'd probably
Yeah,
rather do that if you want to do it in October.
I'm in favor of 2 meetings a month. I'm not able to meet 2 weeks from now. That's, well, 2 weeks from today is. Labor Day anyway.
Yeah, we would. Yeah. Go for it.
500 pizzas, you want to push through to midnight. I don't know.
Nope,
Then we better get going.
that always gets weird. Anyway, it'd have to be critical to do that. So on the industrial uses,
Could I suggest one thing,
yes,
doing it differently?
Yeah.
Just take each little section, you know, like animals and agriculture and.
Yep, we can.
And then everybody say what they have to say.
Before we do that, guys, weighing in on, I do think we're gonna need another meeting between now and the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, whether,
Well,
do you wanna send, could you send a doodle poll around or? Send a doodle poll around, figure out when we're available?
That also.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be, yeah, we got Memorial, or we got Labor Day and then. I can't do it on the 6th or the 5th. But that
Okay, either.
Wednesday, Thursday or Friday, no, you won't be around.
10th. Is that the next
the
Monday?
11th is a Monday.
Oh, the 11th is the.
You just have until, I think, is it later this week or is it next? I think I got till next Tuesday to do the public hearing notice.
Yeah, I mean, they should go out.
20 days.
Well, so let's plan on. I'll push myself to get it through then. Not.
Okay, I'll send a poll out. I'll find a date.
Very good. So does anybody have any comments on animal and agricultural uses in industrial zones?
Nope.
I guess, before we get into that, I was, so. Last time we got together, we talked about industrial park versus light industrial and combining the two. Is there, and Chris, you know, you weren't involved at that point, and I'm wondering your thoughts. Is it still separate? So I get, Pat said he was gonna go to you to talk to. So what's staff's thoughts about keeping them separate versus putting them together?
Yeah, and honestly, I'd have to. I mean, to me, these distinctions between uses are what I would be looking at. I mean, you got. Just in this first category, greenhouses. Not allowed in industrial park, but allowed in permitted light industrial. You know. I just go through the list and kind of see where it makes sense. My trap is. What we currently do, right? And so that's my trap is we currently have light industrial and industrial park. And heavy industrial. The industrial park is. Used minimally, it's mostly been light industrial, heavy industrial that we've dealt with, and most of the heavy industrial hasn't been developed. You know, as heavy industrial use, it's been used for RVs and whatever else, right? So. I guess I'm coming up from a little bit of lack of experience in really utilizing our zoning code for a clear distinction in my mind of light industrial to industrial park to heavy industrial.
And-
I just want to get on to.
So when I-
What's your thought?
When I look down this list, I see very few distinctions between industrial park and light industrial in this list. And back when we were talking about the definitions of industrial park, it just doesn't seem like we have property that's even a potential for that. You know, the kind of a
Campus setting.
campus setting.
Like an HP setting.
And-
That's a classic industrial park. Right.
Right.
It has to be multi-story buildings, but it's a classic industrial.
But as long as we don't preclude that sort of use in our light industrial, I think we should just combine them and make our lives simple unless there's a reason to keep them separate. And I haven't heard one after discussing it a couple of times.
And for greenhouses, I'd be happy to go to conditional use permit.
Right.
Okay, that as an example, because I can see that there would be some places you really don't want to do that in a light industrial.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry about that, Pat. I had to turn that one. No, I did say.
Yeah,
I agree with that. You guys getting rid of or combining them.
Probably. Is.
That will eliminate a bunch of my comments.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just kind of in my head looking at. Okay, even in our or. In the what is it, outside the city limits,
Urban growth. boundary.
urban growth boundary. I guess there is that huge chunk across the railroad tracks west of that one we were talking about, the park thing. Maybe that might be the only place, because north over here, there's a lot of wetlands there.
Yeah.
Or there might be a lot there too, but
Not as much.
that might be the
Top
only
of the hill.
place that in an industrial park sort of setting would be about the only place you could really
But
do
there
that.
doesn't have to be anything about our code that prohibits an industrial park from developing in a light industrial zone.
That's true too. That's a good point. I mean, yeah, because if they wanted to come in, take a couple 100 acres, and do a park, that
I think, yeah.
works too.
So as we're going through each of these categories, all that said, just give some direction to staff on. Where there's a distinction between the two, then you tell us whether it's permitted conditional use or not allowed.
And for my part, I would say just use light industrial for everything. Yeah, I'm missing something here.
I've got one exception.
Yeah, so
Again, I'd say a CUP under motor vehicle and engine body repair. That you don't want that in an industrial park
Yeah.
type of zone. So that's the only, there I would say, yeah, we want a CUP. At least as I'm going down through things.
So I'm crossing out industrial park on mine altogether, and we're just gonna look at light industrial and heavy industrial.
Oh, okay.
that'll save us some time. Anything
I
else on
think that's
animal
the
and
only
ag?
one- That was the only one.
Oh, and we were gonna
Oh,
put
yeah, we got storage areas.
CUP on the greenhouses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's a reasonable statement. I think when you get to the last page, your accessory buildings, I think you should you should move the CUPs that are in industrial park into light industrial.
Well, don't get ahead of us. We're going
Yeah.
section by section. Okay, one second.
So moving on to public and institutional uses, I have a big question. In that, that second line there is colleges, universities, and other institutions, higher learning. They're not allowed in heavy industrial. But later on, there's a number of things that seem very similar in their function and use and the impact and all those sorts of things. Whether it be office buildings, corporate offices, conference centers. That are permitted in heavy industrial. So I guess I'd like to know what the thought was behind not allowing educational facilities in heavy industrial, but allowing conference centers.
Your corporate office, you're saying corporate office?
Under finance insurance on.
Oh, conference center, convention facilities, corporate education, training facilities.
Yeah. Seems like they should all be one or the other, and I don't know what they should be, but I didn't make sense that we allowed one but not the other.
I don't like those in heavy industrial, frankly.
Because if we're gonna allow heavy industrial.
You're gonna
that
have conflicts.
like-
Right.
I think you're creating conflicts. within
And
heavy
yeah,
industrial.
and that's perfectly acceptable if we exclude the colleges for that reason. We should also exclude conference centers for that reason.
And belong in heavy industrial. You expect that to be
Yeah.
breezy and loud and smelly.
Yeah.
Who wants to go to school there?
Somebody wants to do a big university campus, they can make the application to change the zoning from heavy to light. So they can do their thing. And we'll evaluate the. Yeah.
Well, right now, they're just permitted in light industrial and we're taking it away from, and we're just making it permitted in light industrial here. So what happens
That's- Yeah, and there's a few of those that I would do there.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else in public and institutional?
Well, with the trade and industrial, that could be a little bit different schools. Cause. But even
Trade
then,
school.
almost kind of pushing it a little bit, isn't it?
No, if it's a true trade school like mechanic, diesel mechanic school or welding.
Yes. Okay, yeah, okay.
That's.
Yeah.
That's the
That's
work
gonna be-
environment they're gonna end up working in, so
Yeah,
they'll train it, right? And maybe there's some trades that wouldn't be applicable, but where do we go with it?
Union Hall.
We got rid of industrial park, so it's allowed.
In heavy industrial. That's, I guess that's what my question would be, is would that be appropriate?
Well, yeah, because sometimes they want to be right next to the mill.
Okay, sounds good.
Anything else? Retail uses? Do we want retail nurseries in heavy industrial?
I would say,
Lawn furniture?
I would say no, but
I would exclude that from heavy industrial category.
Keep it in the C3 and the light industrial.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
How about motor vehicle?
I've got a question. What's the definition of what is the difference between an automobile pawn facility and a used car dealer? I've seen that statement. I think it's just legacy from where you cribbed this from, Pat. I think it's
Yeah,
something we should just get rid of.
Me too. I don't have any idea what that is.
Just strike automobile pawn. So
Yeah.
And it's also in the 40 pages of narrative that's there too.
I have a question about automobile storage being conditional use permit for light and heavy industrial. No, for heavy. I understand it for light, but if it's heavy industrial. And they meet all the standard requirements for development, why would we want a conditional use permit for auto storage?
I don't care. Anybody else care?
yeah,
No,
I
it makes
I
sense.
agree.
Yeah.
And the same thing on
I would take the rest of all those automobile things. Why are we at, with the exception of impound facilities that get to be unwieldy, the rest of those should be permitted in heavy industrial. I don't see any reason why not,
Yeah.
any of them should not be without just a straight up permit. I mean, we've got so many regulations as far as distances, setbacks and from residential and all. I don't think any of those are really.
Well, yeah, some of them we even have in commercial anyway.
right. Right,
I'd make an exception for the truck stops.
yes.
Okay.
Enough variable there that you'd wanna.
Yeah, that's like gas stations. You want to look at everything they're doing there.
I agree with all that.
As it is fueling station. Plus.
Lodging. Do we want restaurants in a heavy industrial or taverns and microbrews?
I don't.
No,
I don't think so.
No, we're-
Light industrial would be okay, but not heavy.
Yeah, block 15 is down off of South Third.
Yeah, but that's not a heavy industrial.
Yeah, it fits in well on that.
yeah, like,
I would just say it's not it's not even conditional use. We're just not gonna allow it.
Right, clean.
now, before we go on to that, the title there is lodging and food service, but it only talks about food service. So. Can you change the title, or should we have a line for hotel, motel?
I don't think you're- That's probably just a misprint.
I want a hotel motel in our industrial area.
So do we want a line saying that it's not allowed? or-
Light light
Light industrial.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I
I've
guess,
stayed in many a hotel and business trips in the light industrial area where that's where the clients are. That's where the need for a hotel has been.
And that's where the temporary workers are for industrial facilities.
Right, they have long-term.
Yeah.
and the issue.
Hotel is a permitted use in
Motel.
light industrial.
In light industrial, I wouldn't put in heavy industrial. because of your acoustic issues and all that kind of stuff.
Well, and wouldn't you always want a hotel to be conditional
Yeah,
anyway?
yeah.
I think all hotels and motels should be conditional.
Okay, so put it under there, but just make
Conditional
it
under light and not under heavy.
not allowed. Okay.
I wanted to say something about dry cleaners.
Oh, no, I was
It's me that's all.
digging out a line and,
Thanks for rating yourself.
but I guess on dry cleaning, they can be very stinky. So.
Can I just, you made a statement about hotels and motels should always be conditional use. Now you need to go back to the commercial zones and things. Because we just have it as P.
Oh, okay.
So that, if we can do that, back
Why,
on.
why would it,
Commercial, hotels and motels would be a conditional use permit instead of just P.
I feel like they changed the neighborhood a lot and they have a lot of the same issues with traffic and circulation and traffic impacts and driveways and.
And let me put it this way, a hotel developer is very used to dealing with having to go through these processes.
Well, I think you
Love that.
people showing up all the time with them.
Yeah.
So it's more like the way you use it.
There's not a lot of risk to them. It's not something that you need to. They're used to dealing with that.
Well, okay. Conditional use.
So the next question I have is down under tool and equipment rental. On the next page, below dry cleaning, after dry cleaning. It says tool equipment rental non-industrial, which may include outdoor storage. Why is the word non-industrial there when we're talking about industrial zones, and a lot of tool equipment places have like excavators and things for rent and.
Strike non-industrial.
Tool and equipment rental, non-industrial.
I would just strike non-industrial. If it was a commercial zone, we might say non-industrial and then it's allowed, you know, like you didn't want the excavators and bulldozers. Construction equipment sitting in the C2 zone.
and the one above with the service establishment of, and et cetera, I don't know why we would want that in the.
Agreed.
I mean, there's not any of those that would even remotely want to be there. I think.
COVID, yeah.
A couple of days ago, and my wife tested today, no. And I thought I was better, but my throat's falling apart tonight.
Strange bronchitis going. It's been doing that 3 weeks. She finally saw the doctor, said it's all over.
Yeah. You know, my grandkids are definitely.
Sharing. Sharing with you.
So is there consensus for the service establishment with an office, et cetera, to not be heavy industrial? Did I hear that?
I think some of the language there is a little outdated. I don't know if we're gonna have a business come in that does radio repair.
Even home appliance repair, it's
Yeah.
disposable anymore, aren't they?
Yeah, completely. I'm not against stay. So finance professional, et cetera, there's a lot of permitted there in heavy industrial, and I think. All of those should go away. Office building, corporate, If there's a corporate that wants offices, they can get us to change the zoning.
Well, if you have a heavy industrial and they want an office building. You know. The sawmill wants to put an office building on their property, have at it.
Yeah, that's listed in ancillary.
Yeah.
Functions of
Yeah.
facility.
Business. Yeah, I agree that take all those off.
And let's keep going. Let's not have any daycare centers in the heavy industrial also.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
Take it out completely.
Yep.
well,
No, have it in light industrial.
conditional and light, but not allowed. No healthcare and social assistance in heavy industrial.
Well, I think in then even the next one.
Yeah.
The medical stuff.
Yeah, that's, yep.
Oh, your healthcare, and so, okay.
Yep.
Not careful. Some nostalgia here with the drive-in outdoor theater.
Yeah, if somebody in the theater, they can put in a conditional use. permit. Heavy industrial.
What about gymnasium and ice skating and all that? We're gonna let them put in,
No.
I think that shouldn't even be in heavy industrial.
No, agreed.
Take it out entirely.
In public park and recreational facility.
No.
Racetracks conditional.
Yep.
Or even that regular, well, I would guess you wouldn't care. if the-
So-
Why does recreational equipment storage need a conditional use permit?
Shouldn't that say recreational vehicle storage? Is that the idea there? You know,
That's a more generic term that you kind of understand what that means. Equipment can be a set of skis.
Yeah, it's recreation. We're under recreation, so. Yeah, it's just storage.
you want to say
Recreation.
storage facilities, or are you trying to say RV?
I think in his narrative, back in the 40 pages, he talks about recreational vehicle.
Yeah,
It kind of defines that. Yeah, if not, that's what I would use here.
Yeah,
We had it in the,
I don't know why, I would agree, we don't need it to be conditional.
not conditional.
I'd include boat with that, recreational vehicle / boat storage.
The boat's a vehicle.
And you want them to be both permitted in both of those? Instead of conditional use?
Well, maybe a conditional in the light industrial.
What additional, what issues have you got with that? If you look at if you look at Philomath Rentals, they've got RVs in there, along with rental trucks, along with storage. And I gather the new facility that's been under construction now for 2 years, it's obvious that that's gonna have RV storage in it, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of open land there.
yeah, it is.
So
Yeah.
why is there, what's the issue?
I'm okay.
Permit. To me, it's the same. Argument's the same section, that 1890-10. It's how much stock are we talking about, like? How much storage? And does that change the daily trips? Does that, what does it change? So I'm not saying it needs to be conditional use. I'm saying we need to make sure we've got language. There in that section that addresses how, how much space are we talking about? Because it's not based on how big the showroom or the office area is.
Talking about traffic issues, and that.
Traffic and
And-
access.
And that facility under construction, there was a lot of
Issues there.
contention about what was being allowed. And so there's been a lot of focus on that whole
When
RV.
I
and
stand down,
and
I will
storage.
stand down from my comment.
Yeah, that was. My introduction.
Experience there. I don't, in that specific.
We haven't seen that much attention on anything since.
If I recall, it's outright not allowed in the light industrial. It's only allowed in heavy industrial. Am I correct? Wasn't that a condition? It's currently a conditional use in heavy industrial.
I think that's true.
What is?
We should look that up.
RV storage.
RV storage, there was and RV parks, there was.
Counselor Causey probably has that one memorized still. That got etched in her mind. Is it
Yeah.
Conditional use in the heavy industrial only for RV parks?
No, I don't think it was a conditional use. I think it was permitted.
Permitted
I
use.
think, I think that was Mr. Lemons
No, but
position.
we came in and changed it after Mr. Letman, though.
Yes, we did.
I think that's why
I think we need to look at what's in there now.
I'm looking at it.
Get this to line up.
Keep going. We'll come back.
Shooting range is conditional. I'm not expecting a bus or railroad passenger station anytime soon, but that's another. Any other comments under? Well, I guess now I'm under transportation and warehousing.
Yeah, I hear you have the mini warehouse, the self-storage facility, so whatever Chris finds should apply there as well.
What's that, Pat?
I'm sorry.
You found it?
Well, I guess in my mind, I don't know why you would have bus and railroad passenger station, high industrial, but I mean, I guess it really wouldn't matter where that's at either. So I guess I'm okay with that.
Other than the railroad tracks go through the heavy industrial property, so if that ever happens.
What is a fuel storage tank farm?
Series of above ground fuel storage tanks. I don't even, I guess the closest here is probably in Portland area.
Portland's got-
Around refineries or a fuel where fuel tankers will come and pump the material off into a storage tank. So I can't see that ever happening here.
No,
Not a fuel tank farm. Probably
No,
not a farm.
the state of Oregon has one.
As one, as in
In Portland.
WON, or just Uno.
Uno.
Uno. Yeah, see, I come from Southern California where they're all over, like they're all around us.
They're on the worst seismically vulnerable soil in the state.
Liquefaction, huh? Oh, that ought to be fun.
Spare gas in your,
The bottoms of those things are usually the concrete it's sitting on.
have some spare gas in your shed, that's all.
On these small package and overnight delivery distribution facilities. I guess the same argument, I guess if they wanted to put it in a heavy industrial, I guess I wouldn't.
Build a mini warehouse in Paloma. Heavy industrial is where it ought to be. Right?
Yeah.
And we're gonna allow railroad transfer and storage tracks and all that with just a permit. I would argue why. There's all kinds of stuff that's gonna go along with that. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
that
see,
should be
I
good.
don't see a facility like that being built here. It's like that new one just north of Albany on Highway 5, they built one there.
Tim wants to add a conditional use permit.
Yeah, I have added a few.
Yeah.
That's why I was teasing Pat a little while earlier.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
No,
about that, but I
I
will
agree.
add some at times.
I agree. That should be conditional use.
Fine.
And your truck terminals should be the same thing, because I think you've done that someplace else as well.
Yeah, transfer stations and stuff, yeah.
Container storage yards, yeah, that ought to be conditional.
So when Amazon comes, we need to allow more than 80,000 square feet, right?
Well, it's gonna just ask that. Do we want to allow for conditional use for over 80,000 square feet?
You know, I would hope somewhere in our criteria, we talk about number of parking places required based on the square footage of the occupancy. Saying that I need to have 500 parking places, that starts to drive the size of the building lot. With the landscape setbacks and with then their own trucks themselves. I think we probably would have enough to keep them in check.
Unless we wanted to really have roll over the traffic impact.
Yeah.
No, if we were on I-5, this would be a real issue, but I don't know that.
Well,
this one's gonna
I
go.
think it's the same thing. You had trouble, we just talked about the RV storage. I mean, it would be the same type of public input.
But we can still put conditions on the development for traffic flow with no. Based on traffic counts, we'd require a traffic mitigation study, traffic impact analysis.
And that would be someplace else in our standards, right? Yeah, so it's covered.
Anything jump out at anybody for the utilities and waste disposal uses?
The only thing that did there was the fourth line down, or the fourth block. Essential services. I guess I'd like to understand more what those
Yes.
are. And not necessarily whether they're gonna be CUP, but I guess that term just doesn't.
I think 'cause it's under utilities or wastewater, I mean, essential services.
Think of a water treatment plant, water reservoir,
Power station.
sewer lagoon. Sewer treatment.
Well, I mean, I just mean in the sense of we should know what it means. I mean, maybe not necessarily us here, but
I can review it and see if we cover it in all these other, it may just be a duplicate or something.
And the wireless communication at the bottom. What we're saying there is, all I gotta do is get a permit to put an antenna. Sell modules on top of an existing building. I think that's one thing we would want a conditional use permit for.
Well, the first one is co-located on existing, so if it's already there, typically,
Yeah, but
when
it's,
somebody else comes in, that's just a permitted use to keep co-locating, but a new tower would be a conditional use.
if I got a roof, I've got one tower on top of it now, you're saying I wanna put a second tower on top of it.
Not a second tower,
Another client can do that without going with
But
just the permit.
An antenna.
on an existing thing, yeah.
Well, wireless communications is, yeah. Where they can fill up the roof with antenna.
No.
no.
No, they
So,
just.
and that, I was confused on that, and maybe I still am. But existing structures means existing structure used for wireless communication. Not an existing building, you can slap a new antenna.
I'm getting that,
What is
but
that?
I'm saying, I got a warehouse that I'm leasing my roof to T-Mobile. And Verizon comes in and wants to put their antennas on top. I can do that with just a permit?
You can attach it to T-Mobile's.
No.
Yes, that's what
I'm
that
putting it
means.
on top of it,
No,
and it's an existing structure. It's
that's.
attached to the structure of the
Well,
building.
and that goes back to the confusion,
That they already, they explained.
but I don't think our code says that.
So that's where the issue.
I'm comfortable with that. It's an existing structure. It's already got an antenna. What's the difference? It has two antennas, as long as you still got height restrictions on there, so. Whether you got 1 or 3 or 10, you've.
It's a visual thing.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the visual. You can have one building.
Industrial zone?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, okay.
If you can't put it there, where can you put it?
Well, we've got light industrial lining all of Applegate, right? Not all of Applegate, the entry into town from the west. We've got a lot of light industrial there.
Yeah.
I think it's Mount Tabor and Portland that has, a small communications building up on top, and they've got a dozen different antennas on there for
Yeah,
various
you don't want that.
organizations. Yeah, it's kind of ugly.
Yeah.
Dishes.
Let the other stuff happen. Because you want to keep it on the same. post, whatever you call it.
Just right in the first box on existing communication support structures.
Yeah.
And that
There you
would-
go.
and then-
Yes.
It's the same language you're using below.
I would do that and then I think it would be okay, but I could also see not doing anything with the language and changing in light industrial from permitted to conditional.
Yeah, but what are the conditions? I mean, if you just don't want it in the light industrial, then just don't allow it. Don't make, you know, what's the condition they're gonna meet that's gonna. How nice, or are they gonna decorate it like a tree or?
Some wireless communications are a 12-foot dish and some are 3 foot tall and 1 foot wide. Antenna. And if you see that 3 foot dish coming into town right next to.
Oh, well, maybe it shouldn't be in the light industrial.
That's, well, that's what Marlene is. If you don't wanna see it, then just don't allow it or allow it conditional, because. Conditional means they're gonna have to alter something that they're doing in order to do what it is they want to do, and if we're just saying we don't want it, short of. Making it look like a tree or making it look like a cross or doing something with it, then if we're just not gonna allow it, then we just don't allow it.
Right.
So. I would just argue, you just don't allow it in your light industrial.
Industrial, yeah.
We have had, in my time here, we have had an application for a cell tower in town. And it was, the neighbors weren't supportive of it. The argument from the cell company was this is where it has to go based on our triangulation and communication and everything else. And they needed to be so high based on all of their metrics, all the tests they did, that it couldn't be lower, had to be that height. The planning commission denied it. They never put it up and everybody's cell phones still work. So, you know, what you're gonna hear from the communications folk is this is absolutely where it has to be and what it has to be, what it has to do. The reality is there's always options. So not being able to be in this light industrial spot, having to be in this heavy industrial spot. May not meet their ideal scenario, but I don't know that can be overly restrictive.
When I was on the Benton County plan, this was a really big issue. And your point is correct. They just may not want to do, they want to do what's the easiest thing for them. And you just don't allow it, and then they go stick it on somebody else's.
Yeah.
Thing, and that's the.
Yeah, they want one tall tower, one
Of their
location
own.
rather than two little ones somewhere else, right?
Or attached to somebody else's stuff, but that's, they all do it. You know what I mean?
So are we not gonna allow them in light industrial, or are we gonna allow them as a conditional use in a light industrial?
Not allow them.
I just don't allow them.
Don't allow
That's my two.
it? So new or co-location?
Right.
Okay, so I'm just.
Moving on to construction uses.
I am.
Yeah, we've got a question on. How come I can have a lumber mill. And planning mill under manufacturing with a permit and a wholesale lumber yard. I've got to get a conditional use permit.
In a commercial district?
No, in light industrial, heavy industrial. So the last on the construction uses is a wholesale lumber yard, building material planning mills. I need a conditional use permit for light industrial and heavy industrial. And then under manufacturing, right below it, 3 items down, I can have a lumber mill, but I can't have a building materials
Wholesale lumberyard.
wholesale lumber yard. So one or the other, they need to match.
Yeah.
Was it a concern about traffic, or are you gonna need more? Consumer traffic? For a hotel, for a lumber yard than you would. Well,
So Pat, right above the title of manufacturing uses, it says wholesale lumber yards, building materials, and I think that
Planing.
means planing mills. And then planing mills is also down below, so I think you just strike planing mills from the above in the construction uses.
And then make
Yeah.
it permitted.
And
And
then,
then they could
and then
permit-
it's permitted as manufacturing.
In both of them?
And that, yeah, that wouldn't be a planning.
then
And then,
Oh, wait, no, did you just put a P and? Yeah, no, I was saying conditional use in light and heavy industrial for the wholesale lumberyard.
why?
I don't know.
It's like, 'cause that's, I mean, you're letting me make all the noise and the sound from a lumber mill.
Well, I was thinking it,
And then I've got just a passive thing.
my brain went to retail. It says wholesale. Never mind. I take that back.
well, we know that mill's got issues with lighting.
Yeah.
Annoying.
No. So yes, I agree that wholesale lumberyard should be permitted.
You might want to change lumber mills to conditional use stuff. Maybe not.
Lumber and planing mills down under manufacturing uses, what are those?
That's a
Well-
lumber yard. I mean, a lumber mill. Is it not?
That's a conditional use because of the noise.
Conditional,
Noise and light, yeah.
conditional in light, yes.
Yeah.
In heavy, I think it's permitted.
I'm gonna go up to contractors, equipment and storage yard. Why is a contractor's storage yard conditional use than heavy in particular? But even light industrial, what's the issue?
Our light industrial are a little more tidy. And construction equipment storage yards are not tidy.
But then it's also, it's a definition. Are we talking heavy industry, heavy contractors, or we're talking about the guy that's got nothing but vans,
Yeah.
somebody who's actually got excavators and everything else. I mean, I know I'm
Well,
splitting hairs, but
I agree that contractor equipment storage yards, heavy industrial should be permitted. I agree with that. We have all the setback and screening and.
then I'm fine.
But, I mean, you make a point of types that, yeah, if there's, heavy duty construction equipment versus, the.
Yeah, but I'm okay.
Builds houses.
Yeah, I'm okay for the conditional use permit in light industrial, because he's gonna come, if he's gonna build houses and all he's got is vans. And maybe one excavator, oh yeah, we'll probably let that happen, but if we got somebody who's coming in who's excavating.
Yeah, and he's
And
got,
it's got all of that different equipment.
Five dump
We don't
trucks and
want
6
that light
excavators.
industrial, so we can
Right.
control that in conditional use permit.
Well, then maybe if you wouldn't want it, that's my point, is maybe that type of thing, you wouldn't put it in, allow it in.
Well, you got a small contractor.
No, I meant just the very heavy duties.
I think we'd have a hard time writing the differentiation between the
There
two
you
in the
go.
code language. Where do you draw that line? And that's why it's conditional, is
Okay.
where it's hard to draw a line in a code.
Makes sense. I got you. And the same on that big paragraph. The same thing in the heavy industrial, I. Again, don't think that should be there. I mean, there may be a few things there. But
But I'm not following.
the service establishments of office, showroom or workshop,
Mhm.
including carpentry, electrical, glazing. I don't know, maybe that's okay. I'm all right. It seems like not in the right place. I guess if they wanted to do it there, that's fine.
I mean, a lot of contractors do their own cabinets and things like that.
Yeah, we're just allowing a cabinet shop to be built heavy industrial. And allow customers to come and look at something.
Like Bashful Bob's.
Well, that's what I mean, that just doesn't seem to fit in heavy industrial, but. I
Am
mean,
I-
if they wanted to.
Put it in there, have at it.
So my next comment under, if we can skip down to manufacturing uses. The big one there, there's a whole bunch of stuff, and then the next line says everything above over 80,000 square feet. To kind of make it work, I think that big one above should say under 80,000 square feet, so that all those. The permitted use is when it's under 80,000 square feet, and it needs a conditional use in light industrial when it's over 80. Just to make it clear.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but then you also, in the very last one, if you go up into the big box, you have G, which is fabricated metal product manufacturing. And then on the bottom one, you have painting and sheet metal and welding shops. Well, sheet metal welding shop is a fabricated metal product shop manufacturing. So if you're pulling that out, that you need to do a conditional use permit, it needs to come out of that big box up there. G needs to come out. Because that's what falls into the bottom. And
Yeah,
it's one and the same
Unless-
thing.
yeah, unless the bottom one is just all about the painting, metal and plastic molding.
I get why you're doing it, because you have fumes and you have issues with.
Do you know what that rest of that G was, including
something-
tool?
tool and die.
Yeah, that could have been. Yeah, I mean, that may have meant something that.
But you even industrial machinery and equipment manufacturing, that's gonna have painting, sheet and welding. And metal and plastic molding. So there's several of those in that category that we've also says conditional use permit at the bottom.
I guess in some ways, I could see taking that one off the bottom. And putting it, just leaving it up there, because that is what you just said. And particularly in light industrial, making it conditional use permit, because there could be all sorts of reasons we wouldn't want it there, and maybe leave it permitted in the high industrial or heavy industrial. That would be my suggestion.
That's a good compromise, I think.
Yeah, I like it.
You said conditional use in the light industrial.
Now.
Yeah.
That is that next to the bottom one. The only difference. Refers to above, but just over 80,000 feet. Or it does say something different.
So if we change the one above to conditional and light industrial, then you get rid of that next line.
Now, what was that?
It's
If
conditional
under
use.
80,000 is conditional and light industrial, then you have no need for the second line.
We could,
Well, but you have to allow it. I mean, or you would want to allow it.
Yeah, then you gotta get rid of the under 80,000 square feet now and go back to no. No discussion of.
also get I'll look at the.
Oh, this
requirements.
above. I see what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, there might be some additional requirements. Good point.
Give it a thought.
Okay, I get you.
To the last page. No comments on the last page. That's good.
I'm just gonna make one comment. No, never mind.
I guess I was gonna suggest publishing a printing establishment. Well, I guess that's kind of the same thing. Well, if they want to do it there, that's okay. I mean, it doesn't seem like it fits. The research, development, testing facilities. doesn't seem like it should be in high and heavy industry. To me. Again,
No
maybe
reason
if they
not-
wanted
not
to,
allow it to be there. I mean,
Depends on what kind of experiments they're doing, right?
Monkeys, man.
and that's where I was gonna go with it, you know, if you got a wind tunnel, do you want that in light industrial? So that may be a category where you want conditional use permits, depending on what the testing is. Cause I've done all kinds of testing facilities and a lot of them you wouldn't want.
Yeah, and you know, OSU's potentially looking for space sometimes and they could come this way and do something.
well, should both of those two be conditional use?
Like that was what my comment was gonna be.
The bottom two under that.
Yeah,
I think those.
that
should be
makes
conditional.
sense.
We should know what they're doing inside of those buildings.
Just under light industrial though.
No, under both. Because it depends what they're doing.
Yeah.
Hey,
Experiment.
I have a career, there was a nuclear reactor that was sitting in a building. Well, Tesla has that building now. And it was there for years. And the public would go by within 100 feet of it.
You never
Didn't even
know.
it was there.
Yeah.
But it was a full triage operating nuclear reactor.
We pretty much,
So, and they were using it for ballistic testing of hardening of military hardware. Yeah, we want to know what they're testing, what they're using to test and what they're testing.
and we do pretty much know now that Wuhan is doing testing for the United States. And we know what happened there. Or we probably know what happened there. Anyway.
I mean, all that electronics.
Used to be able to criticize the communists, man, now.
So, moving on. We're 3 hours in. I suggest we don't start to tackle the 40 pages.
Did we do the accessory uses?
What do you mean?
Did you have any comment? No.
I didn't want to leave anybody know that they did.
Bring up the topic to see if we still wanna revisit it, and that was the one about the non-conforming uses and having some of these, if we're doing all of these zone changes, and trying to create kind of a solid block of commercial, like, or neighborhood commercial, is remove the stipulations on being able to rebuild a non-conforming house in the C1 and the C2. So we got a lot of non-conforming houses.
What, I remember Chris was supposed to go back, because we had this whole thing about when can we enforce it? And you were gonna go back to council and get some governance as to when this thing's enforced, because that'll probably help answer that question. What you're asking, because I don't remember getting back.
Well, right now you can't expand it. You can do whatever you want inside. You can't expand the footprint,
Right.
but if it gets
burnt down,
damaged,
If it burnt down
if it gets burnt down, you can rebuild it
in the same.
in the same footprint.
Okay.
You can't do it.
If you submit a building permit within 6 months.
Okay,
That's the-
yeah.
But you can also now, and we got a lot of houses that are really run down that we're, just crossing our fingers that something happens. And not necessarily, I don't want anybody to get hurt or just for them to go away, but for maybe an opportunity for someone to come in and buy them because they're in very poor shape. They're not, But what this says is that if you have an old house, you can tear that down and build a brand new one. Right there with, within a year, I guess it is,
Non-conforming.
non-conforming house.
Does that have to be with the existing ownership?
Nope.
Like, So
So you
somebody
could
could
buy
come
the
in
property and
buy
do
it,
that.
Yes.
and-
Are we coming by an old? Like right behind that laundromat, there's a house that's barely, you know. Hanging on. Somebody could tear that thing down and build a nice, beautiful house right in our commercial district. And what we're saying is we want to eliminate that, allowing that to happen if we want that to eventually gentrify into some type of
Where's the language that allows that to happen? Is it currently in our?
residential exemptions. Yeah, it's in here. That's what I'm saying. So-
I would argue that's one residential exemption. We don't, that's a loophole. We gotta figure out how to close it up
My
without.
other thing is that even if it's burned down or it's damaged, you can rebuild it. You go both either way. You can do it proactively, or it can be an accident or natural.
Well, this goes back to where we were asking before. I've got a house. I've had that house. I've been on that property for 25 years. It's OR now. And now it's gonna go C. And I can't add to it. Right?
We can't do it now because it's OR, commercial, so
If it's OR now, you couldn't have added to the house?
no. OR is a commercial zone.
How long has that been in place?
Okay.
Hasn't
If you do residential
Enforced.
above, you can't add on to it.
All of College Street.
Yeah, and I added on 14 years ago in 2007.
Raise a house and build a new one.
Not in the OR. But we're getting rid of it.
Is the OR on the south side only, is on the north side of College as well?
Not both.
Then how come?
Well, Gary just said he did.
I did.
Yeah, you did, but how come we've got, and I know who owns them, I think it's the greatest thing that these new houses been built. But on the block between 18th and 19th on the north side, there are 3 new homes there.
Because it's the exemption. It says you can
Okay,
tear down.
that's
and
the exemption, that's the exemption that was used.
That's what we were,
And so if we close.
But they're larger footprint.
Yeah.
doesn't matter if it tears down and replace them.
Okay.
They did it within that period of time. Okay, all right, so that's what I'm trying to understand is how, is where.
In a commercial district, they can do that because, yeah, they're allowing them the commercial setbacks, which is 0. So they could build all the way to the property line instead of having 5 feet or.
Yeah, we get caught in this middle ground where I'll give the example of a garage that burned down. So it's a house, residential use in a commercial district with a detached garage. The detached garage is right on the property line. That garage burns down. Homeowner wants to rebuild the garage.
On the same
Where do
footprint.
they rebuild the garage? Can they rebuild the garage in the exact same space? Which doesn't meet setbacks? Do they have to build to commercial design standards, commercial materials? Or are they just building a residential garage, a new facility on the that's kind of where it gets into is these little caveats where we allow the rebuild to take place, which is kind of makes the argument, and I'm not saying we go to that nth degree, but it makes the argument, at what level of destruction, whether it be accidental or intentional, or I should say, whether it be intentional or accidental, do you allow for rebuild of residential non-conforming use in the commercial district?
And the other thing is like what was done on the north side there. We need to close this gap that's in there that says you sell your property, the guy can raise it and put something else up. I'm totally into homeowners' rights for the person that actually owns the property. I'm not into the homeowners' rights for the next person that's gonna buy it.
So
Right.
for-
Keep it within, to then raise it in residential and rebuild
that's
it.
where legal's gonna jump in though, and they're
I
gonna say
understand.
it can't be determined on the owner, it's gotta be based on the use.
Cause you could have an owner, somebody want to buy the property.
Yeah.
And you could, okay, we'll tear it down, I'll tear it down and then they'd get around it anyway.
But
Well,
Sounds like go ahead.
the reality is,
What's our action item?
as long as the code allows for replacement of non-conforming residential uses, we're going to continue to have new houses or dramatically improved residential, developed houses or remodeled houses pop up in our commercial zone districts. If our intent is to put all this work into design and develop and get these characteristics of these commercial districts, then what our code should do is require that new structures, whether they are replacing previous structures or damaged structures, should be built to commercial standards and used for commercial uses. Now, the trigger there is, as long as that residential use is there and that their owner's there, they can sell it. The new owner maintains that use, it's okay. If it goes vacant, our code says that if it's vacant for 6 months and nobody else comes in there, that residential use goes away. It's been vacant for 6 months. It's in the commercial use, or commercial zone, needs to be for commercial use. The way we determine that, and we've never done this before, is you look at your water bill or wherever, it's like, hey, nobody's been using water in here for 6 months. It's in the commercial zone, it was residential use, it's now commercial. Most of the time, the property owner, even in the case of somebody who's deceased or something, I mean, somebody's gonna find out, somebody's gonna make the phone call and they're gonna find out, and we tell them, yeah, you can replace it, as long as you do it within 6 months, we've got a permit, and we've actually had a case where we were getting close to that 6 months, they had somebody submit building plans to beat the 6 months. So they submitted building plans, we started reviewing it, and 2 weeks later, it's like, oh, we changed our mind, we have different building plans all of a sudden that we actually want to use. So they essentially bought themselves 2 weeks because they knew they were bumping up against that 6 month mark. So they kind of just gave us dummy plans as a placeholder for 2 weeks while they got their actual plan put in place.
Mhm.
So again, it will be taken advantage of to the nth degree if we allow it to. What happens is I get phone calls regularly when a property comes up for sale, a house, residential use within a commercial district. I often get phone calls from the buyer's agent or the buyer's lender saying, if that property burns down, can they rebuild it? Because they're not going to give a mortgage or lend on a home that can't be rebuilt if it were to be destroyed. And so right now, my answer is yes, if they submit building permit within 6 months. If my answer were no, that house is going to be more difficult to sell as a residential use because it's not going to be on the market for somebody who's getting a mortgage. It's going to have to go to a cash buyer, or it's going to have to be converted or upgraded or converted into a commercial use. So you're going to have some property owners that aren't very happy about this caveat because they can't just sell their home to somebody who's pulling out a mortgage. But is that what we want? Again, these are the tough decisions where it may hurt the individual, but what's best for the entire city when you're talking about zoning and zoning development and compliance and the commercial lots next to that one homeowner that wants to stay a house or gets partially burned down and they want to rebuild their house, and you got very active businesses next door that would love to see a business go in next to them to help with the business environment, right? So it's going to hurt the property owner, but is it for the benefit and enough benefit to the whole that it's worth making this code change? So what we're asking is, are you comfortable with code language that does not allow for the reconstruction of a residential house in a commercial zone? Because if so, we can write that language up and include it with these changes.
It's usually 50% or less, like
To
if
me,
if
that
it's.
sounds like an initial question for city council, not for the planning commission and the
Starts here.
I know it starts here, but
Tell us what you're
But,
doing.
Recommended.
Oh, there's a spectrum.
And so today, the way it sits today is that you can tear down and build anything you want. Residential, you can tear down existing residential and build anything you want
In a commercial zone.
in a commercial zone.
Yes.
But if we change it to say, you can only rebuild, you can only build on the existing footprint, then you would no longer have the issues with the lenders because they can rebuild the house.
But you're building a new home in a commercial district, so that new home's gonna be there another.
I understand that part.
100
But
years.
what I'm trying to work through, I'm just asking the questions. Theoretically, then you wouldn't be impacting the current owners, or even if the property is being sold as a residence, you're not impacting the future buyer's ability to get a loan and insure the property. Where if, but right now there is, we're not doing that. And the other option is closing the door entirely. So we have three options.
If we close the door entirely, I think it's probably a question for legal, but it just strikes me that that might be regarded as a taking. You are taking future value. To that property.
If it's done through zoning, through the zoning code, the notice is being given and it's very similar to what we're doing with changing the zoning, right? I mean, it's. It essentially is, but you're giving notice and. That's the notice that people have.
Well, we're saying we're still gonna keep the 50%. So if it gets damaged.
Well, I was going to the extreme. I wasn't good with that yet. I wanted to feel them out,
Okay.
but yeah, the other is if it's damaged. I don't want to get into, is it damaged accidentally or intentionally, right? Because now you have people setting another fire accidentally to save, and I don't want to
We ain't going
create
down
that hazard,
No, but
right?
it's still 50%.
But there is an argument that if it's damaged more than 50%. Now it's not replaceable. If it's damaged less than 50%, then you could rebuild, you know, and redo it within the existing envelope. And so
But when
the
you're saying,
accidental, the earthquake, the accidental fire that maybe takes out the kitchen and the living room, but you know, 60% of the house is still okay. All right, you don't have to tear it down. You could rebuild that portion of it, right? But that'd be a little bit more of a saving grace for the accidental fire or whatever that could happen.
Well,
But
this also says right now, in any industrial commercial zone, a non-conforming dwelling, so house, may be altered or expanded provided the construction. And siting complies with the property development and building code of the underlying zone. So you got a house, you could take that house and you could build that right out to, in commercial districts, C1, you could have 0 setback. So now that house is. Right out to the
We have all
side.
these landscape requirements now, so they're gonna have to put all that additional landscape.
Yeah, and C2. C1.
Yeah, I guess I think it should be tightened up in some form. You are saying, I guess, that we can't limit it to only the person who lives there today.
you could put a time frame on it and say effective 5 years from now.
You want us to get a count? I don't think there's that many, is there?
Oh, what, if you go
how's it
along
say in
Main
the
Street?
commercial district?
There's quite a few.
Yeah.
Especially with this proposed.
But if our long-term goal is to make the commercial district commercial, accomplish that is. This is extreme.
This is the typical way to do.
I think, I'd love to run that up.
Yeah, the hard thing is you make it a lot harder to sell your house.
That's true,
For the people that live.
which is why I had that question about taking.
Well, but that's not as easy. Yep. That's up and down.
Well, no, you can sell it to live in. The person can buy it.
They can't get a
live in
mortgage.
it.
They can't get a mortgage though.
Cash buyer.
So it's a cash buyer, so they can offer a lower amount. Increases the
Well,
value.
Why not? You said it will only if you change that.
A lender, a mortgage company, a lender isn't going to give somebody a mortgage on the property. If they're told that they can't rebuild it in the case of a fire or an earthquake or something that destroys it.
Because the commercial market could be down or gutted.
Oh, okay.
So
I mean, it's
residential is always much more steady.
It's a big step to just not allow it. For. You know, intentional destruction or whatever, or I mean, if you went the 50% rule. That would get us a long ways, right? If it's more than 50%, if you demo the house, it's now 100% gone, you can't rebuild the residential, right? But again, you're gonna see, okay, I'm not gonna destroy the house, I'm gonna keep the kitchen and the bathroom and the front room, everything else is getting torn down. And I'm gonna rebuild 40%, and then when nobody's looking, a year from now, I'm gonna remodel the kitchen, because I don't need a permit to remodel the kitchen. And I'm gonna remodel the bathroom, so there's always gonna be these ways around it, and so again, if we really want to discourage. Residential use within that commercial zone, the really only way to do it is to have a hard chop there, which is gonna have a negative impact on individuals within the city. So. I'm kind of, Gary, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I heard was, or maybe it was what you'd said, is the only way to really fill in is, let's put the code in there. On the hard number, and let's get feedback from people. Knowing that we can always back away from that and say, okay, well. this will be effective 5 years from now. Okay, you know, we'll give you 10 years, but after 10 years, now you got 10 years between now and 10 years to sell it. As a residential use, get the next one in there. Provide a disclosure that you have to tell the buyer that, hey, this is gonna happen effective this date. So you kind of protect yourself, give yourself some time, because we're not talking about we need something to turn over tomorrow. But we are talking about, we don't necessarily want a new house there that's gonna be last another 15 years, right?
Yeah. That might, so that sounds like an option. I think I could agree.
But you're not gonna get people in here giving you feedback until you give them that first option, and that's when you're gonna hear from people.
Right.
You know, I'm with you, Chris. I would go to the more extreme.
Cut it off.
And, no, more extreme than give the public the option to provide public testimony. And if the public is ambivalent to it, okay. If they're not, then yeah, we look at it and we maybe make adjustments.
Yet any non-conforming dwelling that is not occupied for any length of time shall be allowed to be continued as a residential use. So,
What?
so
It
anyhow,
could be vacant for 3 years.
that's word for word. Yeah, it could be vacant for 3 years and come back, someone can move in and house, whereas typically it's 6 months.
Mm.
Done.
Yeah. Councilor Cosby, you have something?
I have an opinion if you'd like to hear it. I would be comfortable with limiting replacement to the existing footprint, but I would not be comfortable just cutting people off. And I don't think it makes sense to kick the can down the road 5 years or 10 years. I think that's silly. I mean, the older houses that you're talking about, like the one behind the laundromat. I mean, I don't know that many, that's not going to be an attractive home to buy anyway. That's going to be more attractive to commercial developer.
Yeah, like that, if you limited it, you can't believe that that house is over 500 or 600 square feet. You're right.
Yeah.
There'll be a new house there
Right,
on that.
right.
So can you bring us language?
Yeah, we'll bring you some language.
And we can argue about it some more.
I'll put a doodle poll out to find the next meeting date. And we'll go through the 40 pages during that next meeting.
So we're gonna push the public hearing to October.
I believe we should.
Cause we got through the uses, right? And then we even did some map updates. Or discussions,
That's all been just discussions.
yeah. We talked, I mean, we got rid of industrial park, I mean, we did, you guys made a lot of progress.
Yeah, but I think we definitely want to look at the table again after you update it based on our discussion tonight. And then I have a lot of comments in the 40 pages.
More than a meeting's worth.
More than a meeting's worth?
I think that's a whole.
Well, I'm not sure we're gonna get that second schedule.
Is there anything in those comments that you have that you can talk to me directly, like just like if you just want some
Well,
clarification? Or
No.
stuff that needs to be,
no, I think a lot of it is about the direction of the city. I mean, a lot of my comments, I'll just say it, a lot of the things are forcing the city tidier than I think we ought, tidier than I would want us to be. I mean, it's a timber town. It's an industrial kind of neighborhood with log trucks near the houses and light industrial real close to residential, and I don't feel like there's a need for everything to be screened as heavily as what's written in there, and I think that's potentially contentious. And there's a number of issues like that about uses and screening and and all those sorts of things that are gonna take a lot of, as much discussion as we had on the uses in the table. Are those? What are the nature of your, other people's comments? Without saying anything specific.
I would agree with you. That's what I think early on, that's why I said we need to do this as a group rather than just turning it in.
Yeah,
And having it come back. And
Right.
we need to, as a group, discuss these things.
Yeah.
And there's key points, and others that maybe it is just, hey, dot an I and cross the T. But I think there's some key ones that we need to spend time to actually discuss and come to a consensus.
So unless we have a site design review, we'll just spend all next meeting on these additional requirements. And go back over the updated use table. Okay.
Well, not that I'm looking forward to it, but I know we can go 3 hours on those 40 pages.
But yeah,
I would give you 2-to-1 odds on that one.
That's all. I might take you on that one.
Oh, I mean, something on the smaller side. And maybe this would be okay with everybody. There's several places where there's the additional requirements, but they're not listed in the list of uses. Things like that.
There's.
Could I just tell him what all they are?
Whatever, I would say.
Well, no, but I mean, the point about having an open discussion.
if it's about cross-referencing within the document, sure, send them the comments. If it's about whether we ought to screen,
Well,
A, B, and C.
because there is a lot of, maybe not a lot, but a handful of places where that's not done. And I guess I assume if it's in here, then for some reason it's a conditional use over here.
no,
Oh, not even necessarily.
no, it's not necessary.
Oh,
Why don't you-
okay, well, never mind then.
Well, no, let me know, so I can at least go through and have some explanation, yeah. It doesn't, those additional requirements
No,
aren't linked to the conditional use permit, not all of them, some are. None of them are, but some are.
Yeah.
Because we're just, hey, here's a use. and
it's
here's-
permitted uses, and here's what you have to comply
Yeah,
with.
there's still some, give them the information up front. Giving it to you, it's additional.
okay.
So.
100-foot setbacks on things.
So one more thing, guys, this is my last meeting. I got a job up in Candy. Over here,
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Good job, where?
up in the city of Sandy.
My parents were.
Looking forward to it.
Congratulations.
So my last day is the 8th.
Congratulations, you got demoted. What are you talking
Yeah, my last day is the 8th. So I still got, earn my paycheck, so we got lots of stuff to do, and that's why I wanted to touch base on the non-conforming stuff, so we get that going. And then, yeah. We'll have the code language tightened up to, well, we're not gonna bring it to you next meeting. I was gonna do get all the public hearing packet together for you guys, but since you're gonna push it, we'll just tighten up everything we're doing here.
Well, can we maybe get a meeting before then? I mean, that.
I was
in
trying
my
to
head.
squeeze one in, but
Well, let's see what the poll says.
you're not here before the 8th, that week of.
Well,
Labor Day.
I'm not here the week of Labor Day.
Yeah.
How about next week? Would that be too soon to? You're doing here? I mean,
Is this about the dog?
No.
Well, what I heard, we're covering that meeting, it's all of this stuff that's already prepared, so there's really not a lot of.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
On city
Well,
side, so,
it'd be good to clean up that table before that next one.
but we look next
That should
Tuesday
take
or
too
next Wednesday or next Thursday. So I'll put a poll out and I'll put some dates out for next week, and I'll
Okay.
put some out for the week of the 11th, which will be too late to really help with that, but
Yeah, and I guess my point of that, to try and do that, whatever it might be, the issues. working with Patrick on it at this point is probably better than not. Whatever we can work on between now.
Well, and also, but if we don't get out the public hearing notice by next week, we're pushing it to October anyways,
Oh, yeah, okay.
right? And we'd have to go through this and guys, everyone feel comfortable, like, all right, this is what we're,
Okay,
not that I.
Ideally, I'd love to have a meeting next week.
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, next week. Review this, get you comfort level, get you the new updated tables. And feel comfortable going into a public hearing that we're gonna let the public see where we're at. And just recognize that following the public hearing, then it'll be on me to, here's what we heard. Here's what we need to revise still, make some revisions. And, be able to make some final recommendations that could go to the city council, then they're gonna hold a public hearing. Go through it. Once we go to there for the city council to have their public hearing, we're gonna start in residential. And we've got a lot of work to do there. I mean, as much, if not more than what we've done on commercial industrial, we've got.
Well,
residential to work
and that
on,
was
so.
my question, it was. In terms of when Patrick's gone, you don't have somebody lined up with the county to come in at least part way or. Until you. I
Nope,
mean,
it'll follow me till we hire somebody. We've got a notice posted, but we've floated it out there for 4 weeks, so it's been out for about a week now.
Oh.
So in 3 weeks, we'll hopefully have a long line of people that want to come work for us, and that'll take another couple weeks to sort through, and they got to give notice. So I mean, we're probably 3+ months out before we're gonna have.
Well,
somebody back
that's
in.
what I mean, I was thinking maybe you'd bring a sub in from the county or something.
No, I don't have the capacity to do that.
Well, the good part too, this will be a city of Loma planner too. It won't be like me working for the county and a Monroe or a Dare. Or maybe a Dare.
We're still gonna contract out with the Dare, so they're gonna pick up about 10 hours a week, and we'll look at the rest of it. So, and I gotta give the city council a heads up on budget impact and everything else, but we're at a point where we're doing, definitely more than half of Pat's time right now, and we're in a spot we can grow on that, so. Yeah, Pat, I'll say it for the record, I joked about the demotion, I shouldn't have even said that, but Sandy's a great place, they're lucky to get him, we're sad to lose him, he's been great for us. Talking the other day, 5 years, like, man, it's just so like 5 years, it has been, it's been a good push, and he's done a great job for us, we're in a much better spot than we were when he started with us, and we owe him a lot, so we're happy for him and wish him all the luck in Sandy, they're lucky to get him. Be tough to replace him, but he did say, I will say on a positive note for the city, just because we're all sad that Pat's leaving. Pat mentioned that when he interviewed the couple places he did, they did have a pretty good pool of folks that they were hiring or looking to hire from. So, I don't think that, I'm hoping that we'll have, good luck and be able to recruit a planner. Got some good experience and everything, just based on the pools that Pat said they were pulling from him. And obviously he rose to the top in both of the interviews and stuff he did with the experience that he's got. But, I'm somewhat optimistic based on his report that we'll be able to get some good candidates looking at us, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if this is our last meeting with you, thank you. If it's not, we'll get one more shot at you.
Look forward to it.
Well, I guess meeting adjourned.
Good night, all.